What the frick is up, boys? How we doing? Hello, hello, hello. Get in. Let's frickin' go. Yeah. Come on, boys, get in. We gotta go. We got a lot of work to get to. We gotta get to work. I just opened up this radiator, boys. We're gonna be cooking tonight. I just realized this radiator's been off the whole time. I've been going, oh, my tootsies are cold. It's because my radiator's been off. No longer. Anyway, what up? How's everybody doing? Did you guys have fun without me for the last 12 hours? Without your babysitter? Did you behave? Doubtful. I hope you didn't. I hope you were a thorn in a bunch of lizard sides. Or that you recharged. Or that you had a little fun. You know? What's up, boys? Alright, let's get going. Let's frickin' feed the cats. Let's listen to Mr. Bun Bun's song to kick off the show. Here we go. Welcome to the CatDad Show. Welcome to the CatDad Show. CatDad Show. CatDad Show. CatDad Show.
Praise Cronus, father time with a cannibal grin. Devour the newborn future just to tighten his skin. If that's the God you worship, then your kingdom's a joke. A cult built on the ashes of the children you broke. I read the rights in the cracks of the courthouse stone. Found sigils in the margins of their student loans. Glyphs etched deep in congressional chairs. If you stay too long, you'll hear hymns in the air. Elite Sabbaths hidden in executive clocks. Chanting quarter-turn mantras in revolving stocks. 6-point ledgers, 9-point bonds. The covenant inked in invisible fines. I walked the tunnels under City Hall's feet. Heard whispers of the oath that the magistrates keep. 7-row bosses with obsidian keys. Talking asset harvest like a sacrament breeze. Call them cosmic cucks in a counterfeit right. Mimicking the void like they handcrafted night. But they ain't gods, just appetizers on a throne for a cannibal soul wrapped in children's bones. Torch lives burn while the high priest feast. Black cube glow like a throne of the beast. Hoods in the rafters while the city sleeps raw. Saturn's blessing consumes like sacrificial law. Bow to Kronos, the child eater, void-born king. A deity chopping destiny for a seasonal ring. That's who you serve. Can't see the flaw. Worship a monster, then act surprised when you get crushed in his maw. I've seen vice lords bow to a banker's decree. Rich men pray harder than the boys on the streets. Whole boardroom circle like a cult staircase. Marking every worker as an offering base. They do black cube math with the bloodline ledger. Tracking every soul they can claim as a debtor. Talking cycles, returns, alignment gains. Shit's just old magic wrapped in economic change. They host feasts, Cronus themed penthouses at dawn. Chanting hymns, commit sins as the world gets conned. It ain't myth, it's a doctrine with a quarterly plan. Sealing tax breaks and sigils like a ritual brand. Legislators chant in a corporate tongue. Barristers burn seals like the blessed and young. And I'll say it twice for the ones who duck. All these cube-licking lizards are celestial cults. So here's my offering carved in rhyme. A testimony scorched in Saturnine time. You can mask the feast, you can hide the blade, but your empire falls cause your cube is fake. Worship Kronos and you inherit his curse. Consume your children as the clock spin in reverse. A shiny black throne built on rotten decay. You'll die to feed the crown you sold your soul to obey. Torch lies burn while the high priest feast. Black cube glow like a throne of the beast. Hoods in the rafters while the city sleeps raw. Saturn's blessing consumes like sacrificial law. Kronos chewing on his sons in a cycle of dread. His spirit looms in executive boardrooms painted red. A cult of consumption, every soul you claim. Feasting on the future just to keep your name. One day the cube won't reflect your will. One day the chants in your halls go still. In the streets will echo what your prophets conceal. A throne built on shadows can never be real. One day the cube won't reflect your will. One day the chants in your halls go still. In the streets will echo what your prophets conceal. A throne built on shadows can never be real.
Here we go. Yippee.
Hey, yo, what up? Hey,
I
hate
caught her
this bitch.
in the bed
you
with
don't
the
got me like
feds,
that. It's
all
all
mumbling,
serious, though.
embarrassed,
Everybody
like...
got aunts that says stuff that they don't mean.
Yeah, but did your aunt do 9/11?
Whoa.
Caught her in bed with the feds, all mumbling embarrassed like, whoa. You and Paul shouldn't be cuddling before marriage. Aunt Deborah, don't you know that's how you catch a disease? How dare this woman never practice what she preached? First to throw stones and first to have a glass in reach. It's like she's trying
My
to
hair's
find
crazy
herself
today.
inside
It's
every
not
shattered
cooperating.
piece. More plastic surgery ate your real face. Brazilian booty lift, little Debbie, that cake ain't your real cake. You stupid bitch, couldn't even be bothered to even bless me with cousins. Husband left like the lasagna you left in the oven. We all have that one aunt that we all avoid. Always got you clothes when you really just wanted toys. Are you ready, Debbie, Debbie, Debbie Downer? She'll come bring a negativity to every town. Fuck your casseroles, only sheep eat that shepherd's pie. Always an asshole, probably cause you're dead inside. You pray to a lizard god and wonder why life's dark and scary. Celebrating Valentine's Day alone should be called February. It's ironic that my aunt acts just like an insect, ready to fuck up any recipe that piques her Pinterest. Fall from the moon, and then I'll be here to add salt to the wound. She be yelling, get in the car, while I was into some cartoons. Her handler left when she bit more than the hand that fed. Aunt dead, not a beautiful flower, she a planted fed. Time to turn that face Santa red. She knows like a man that did. This Westworld robot probably couldn't even plan ahead. I am on edge, cause my own family backstabbing. But her paper bag face prepared me for future black bagging. Won't even act sad it. Probably blame me for the fact that happened. I should've just let her get back to the classics of Imagine Dragons. I can't even believe I thought Aunt Deb was a decent lady. FBI and CIA fighting over who gets to keep the baby.
Me.
You really don't know me, ma'am. I bet
Paul's the only one to subscribe to Deb's Lonely OnlyFans.
So both type of heaven to camp. She tried to get in but can't. No forgiveness. Everybody give a hand for miss. I don't give a damn. When she talks, it's like my mind is getting a cramp. But I'm not even kidding when I'm
Better.
admitting that they 9/11.
There we go.
Bro, I'm serious though. Next time I go over to her house, I'm not even taking my shoes off when I walk in that shit.
I don't know what's going on there, boys. All right. Hey, what's up? How we doing? Welcome to the frickin' show. Dude, this is not working right now. That's better, at least. We'll go the other way. Oh, I don't know about that. Don't like that. What up, boys? What are y'all doing? You guys ready for the last stream for a couple days? Take your shirt off then. It won't matter what your hair is doing. Well, all right, we'll see. We'll see if the radiator kicks on for real. Here, you know what? I got a little blankie on it too, maybe to protect me from the heat, but let's open it up a little bit. We'll try and get a little hot yoga room situation going. Maybe Milo might get his wish. We'll see. Let's play it cool, boys. All right, let's start with a little fun. MTG is resigning, and that makes me sad. And it should make you sad. So let's hear what's going on.
Breaking news. Marjorie Taylor Greene says she's resigning from Congress effective January 5th, 2026. This is an interesting turn of events.
Oh, yeah, dude. Mamdani and Trumpy. It's cute what they're doing, honestly. Also, Mamdani's not an American, like, he's not a natural born American, right? So he can't be president, right? Right? I'm so prepped for the turkey trot. Fuck yeah, dude. We're ready to rock. I'm excited. My whole family, well, not my whole family, but both my sisters are doing it. My mom's doing it. My aunt's doing it. Everyone's coming to do it with me. Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's not going to be fun corralling them all and getting them into the car at like 8:15. But I'm up for the challenge. It'll happen. Or I'm going to leave without them. Catch a freaking Uber to the race alone. Oh, it's heating up. Dude, the radiator's cooking. Let's go.
It's one that I did not foresee at all, as a matter of fact. Let's take a look at her video.
Hi, everyone. I've always represented the common American man and woman as a member of the House of Representatives, which is why I've always been despised in Washington, D.C., and just never fit in. Americans are used by the political industrial complex of both political parties, election cycle after election cycle, in order to elect whichever side can convince Americans to hate.
The first time I'm boofing garlic is 5 minutes before the race. I feel like that's a perfect time to experiment. Do the turkey trot with you or boof garlic. Wait, what? Yeah, we're definitely boofing and goofing this week for sure at home. I'm going to teach my family about boofing and goofing. Surprise boofing.
The other side more. And the results are always the same. No matter which way the political pendulum swings, Republican or Democrat, nothing ever gets better for the common American man.
Why is she Dude, is she a hostage victim? Is she at Guantanamo? Where is MTG? What have they done to my girl?
Man or woman. The debt goes higher. Corporate and global interests remain
Dude, what's going on? She seems so downtrodden. This is not the MTG I know and love.
Washington sweethearts. American jobs continue to be replaced, whether it's by illegal labor or legal labor by visas or just shipped overseas.
My name is Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Continue to be swallowed by big corporations.
Is she like medicated?
Yeah.
Yeah. Marjorie Taylor Greene did that. I started taking mood stabilizers and realized I no longer have to be on. I no longer can be on Stan Twitter. MTG's. I started taking mood stabilizers post. She's low-key locked in. Oh, God. Do you think she had a stroke and got a reverse John Fetterman? Yeah, she got on SS.
Yeah, my Camelback full of eggnog is ready to go. My mom said she's going to get 10 gallons of eggnog. We're set, boys. I'm going to hit a gallon of eggnog right before the race. I'll have my Camel Pack. And then at the end of the race, I'll have an eggnog in the car. It's going to be a heavy day, but I'm going to love it. Realistically, I do think that I could drink a gallon of eggnog. I don't think that you could run. I think a mile would be the most you could run. There's no way, honestly. You'd run like 500 feet in barf. On a galley? A galley of eggnog? Right? Marjorie Taylor Greene, you take that back. She's an American hero. How dare... She's giving up her right as a congressperson. Wait, is she in Congress or is she a House of... What is she? She's not Congress. Wait, Congress is the House. She's not Senate. She's Congress. I am an American hero. I am doing this for the betterment of America. This is a warning to all my constituents. All my constituents, please heed warning. Donald Trump is the Antichrist along with Peter Thiel, the reptile. If you arrange his word, the letters in his name, it spells out the reptile. And hey, at least I did not jerk off that one guy like Lauren Boebert did at Wicked.
Her eyes and realized all this like Trump.
No, there's no way the eggnog would make it to the other end before the race. You got some nog today? Let's go. Juanita's nogged up. Dude, I was going to get some nog when I went to the grocery store like 2 days ago, and I was like, no. Free nog from home is going to taste so much sweeter. Dude, I looked at that shit. $5.69 for a fucking half gallon of nogger. Well, that's not a good... Don't say that. Half gallon of nog, bro. They're like $6. It was like $7.50 for fucking a galley. What's wrong with these people? These criminals. Dude, literally all the grocery stores and all the fast food and all the restaurants are going to make everyone start fasting, and everyone's going to have a spiritual awakening from fasting and not eating poison food because you literally can't afford it anymore. The only thing that was holding this country together was our sweet tweets. Our $3.50 nog, which even back then was like, bro, come on, $3.50. What are you talking about? Now it's upwards of $5 to $6. Trump's America, boys.
Stanning was actually a byproduct of her mental health complications.
Can you imagine slurping eggnog through a camel pack straw? Oh. Yeah, it's just milk, eggs, brown sugar, and vanilla. What the fuck are they doing to this shit that it costs $7? Sounds simple. And dude, it's not even real vanilla. I bet it's fucking, it's the ass sack from a beaver or whatever. Isn't that where fake, you guys know that fake vanilla comes from an animal's bussy? Imitation vanilla, you know what you're eating? The anal glands of a beaver. I think it's a beaver, right? Or is it a woodchuck? Are those the same thing? A woodchuck is not a beaver. They are different types of rodents that have some superficial similarities. Woodchucks are a type of large ground squirrel also called a groundhog. Oh, a woodchuck is a groundhog. Lives in burrows, while beavers are semi-aquatic animals that build dams. Good to know. Which animal's anal gland does imitation vanilla come from? Imitation vanilla does not come from the anal glands of an animal. It is made synthetically. That sounds like a lie. The idea that imitation vanilla contains beaver and gland secretions is a myth. I doubt it. Oh, the substance from beavers called castoreum was historically used and has a vanilla-like scent. So wait, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck? A groundhog's not chucking wood. The answer's 0. A beaver's chucking wood. Beaver cream soda. Yeah, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck? A woodchuck doesn't chuck wood. Does it? They live in burrows. Burros. This world's crazy, dude.
She got unfettered. I'm Marjorie Taylor Greene, and after a tragic, life-changing incident at the CrossFit factory that I like to work out at, I have realized that the countryside surrounds the cities, and that revolution can only come at the barrel of a gun. The People's Back movement cannot come from either bourgeois party. After all, this is a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, and what we must do in order to unlock...
Dude, can you imagine based MTG? Oh my god.
The true potential of the working class around the globe is to turn this into a dictatorship of the proletariat. I have sworn my life to the cause of emancipatory movements. I have sworn my life to emancipation for the global proletariat.
Candy wax comes from bugs. Blah!
And also, I have found the light of Allah.
Americans' hard-earned tax dollars.
Oh, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? 0. It doesn't chuck wood. Google can't be trusted. You're so right, dude. You know that imitation vanilla is coming from the bussy of a woodchuck or a beaver. Wait, woodchucks stay on the ground. What do you mean? Beavers go in the air? Oh, you mean water. I'm just imagining beavers climbing trees now. Or flying, which is even more dangerous. Dude, if beavers could fly, we'd all be fucked. They'd be flying with like a flying kamikaze with their big old fucking beaver tails. You ever hear them whap the ground with their beaver tails? They're like, flap, 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 flap. Those beaver tails could fuck you up, dude. I feel like beavers are like the geese of the rodent world. Where, you know, geese are like surprisingly aggressive and mean and can bite you and make you bleed your own blood really easy. I feel like beavers would be crazy for no reason. You look at their dam wrong, they rush you. You know, possums, they just kind of sit there. They always open their mouth and look scary, but they don't do shit. And they also can't have rabies, basically, because their body temperature is super low. So if you ever see a possum, just grab it. It's your friend. You can do anything with it. It'll just go, but it doesn't do anything. Possum's our friend.
Always fund foreign wars, foreign aid, and foreign interest. And the spending power of the dollar continues to
decline. Is this fucking AI? Where is Marjorie Taylor Greene? What have they done with Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Taylor Greene?
The average American family can no longer survive on a single breadwinner's income, as both parents have to work in order.
This is the first time MTG's reading this.
To simply survive. And today, many in my children's generation feel hopeless for their future and don't think they will ever realize the American dream. And
dude, Marjorie did a good job reading this. She didn't read it with her normal stutter. I'm proud of her.
That breaks my heart.
I am no longer blinded by electoralism and the social fascists. I have realized that the true movement is to build a vanguard, a revolutionary vanguard on the countryside and go on a long march, the longest of marches.
I ran for Congress in 2020 and have fought every single day believing that Make America...
I just don't get, why would Marjorie Taylor Greene just quit? Why wouldn't you at least just like wait and at least be a thorn in everyone's side? What the fuck? What is this shit?
She wants to go lay down with a Kong full of peanut butter in season 1 of DOC starting Billy Ray Cyrus on the PAX channel. You go, girl. That's my favorite M-HUD bit, that Marjorie Taylor Greene likes to chomp on some Kong with peanut butter. Like one of those ultra tough dog.
Wait, why are people saying that? That's so mean, dude. Everyone's so mean to Marjorie. I love Marjorie.
Chew toys.
Because they know how much credit card debt they have. They know how much their bills have gone up over the past 5 years. They actually do their own grocery shop.
Maybe she legitimately realized it's all a play. I mean, I hope that Marjorie Taylor Greene's got a little bit of free will, but I don't think so. This just feels like a move. Like, but what is it? It feels like Tucker Carlson breaking away from Fox News, you know? Marjorie Taylor Greene, you leave her alone.
Food costs too much. Their rent has increasingly gone up and up. They have been outbid by corporate asset managers too many times when they put in an offer to buy a house. They have been laid off after being forced to train their visa holding replacement. The college degree they were told to earn only left them in debt.
I don't think
Marjorie Taylor Greene. Everyone is getting banned who rips on Marjorie Taylor Greene.
She's blinked once, is what you're saying? It's because she's a titan, dude. That's what it is. Marjorie Taylor Greene went from 400K net worth to 21 million net worth, and she is now cashing out.
Through it all, I never changed or went back on my campaign promises and only disagreed in a few areas, like my stance against H-1Bs replacing American jobs, AI state moratoriums, debt for life 50 years.
The Hassan hotness spell has lifted from me. The schizophrenic BS comment did it. Nice. Good. We can just watch him objectively now, not as a hottie with a super small head.
Your mortgage scams.
Makes it easier to spot his Fed bullshit, right?
strongly against all involvement in foreign wars and demanding the release of the Epstein files. Other than that, my voting record has been solidly with my party and the president. Loyalty should be a two-way street, and we should be able to vote our conscience and represent our district's interests because our job title is literally representative. America first should mean America first and only Americans first.
Okay, what if Marjorie Taylor Greene goes and she's like the figurehead of the new Elon Musk America Party? That'd be fun. I mean, she's not disappearing. Like, what's the next act in Marjorie Taylor's life? What if she ran for president? That would be so fun, dude. That would be too fun.
With no other foreign country ever being attached to America first
Now
in our
all the
halls of
foreign
government.
country.
Standing up for American women.
I still don't get why she's resigning, though, you know? Like, I don't get why she's resigning. This doesn't make sense. Something tells me we haven't seen the last of Tater. No, of course not. But even then, it just doesn't make sense. Is she getting blackmailed because of her recent disagreements with Trump and Epstein? I don't know. She wants to save herself from an AIPAC primary? No, she's safe. She is safe. There is no world where Donald Trump could even undermine Marjorie Taylor Greene in her district. I'm fairly certain she's safe. And if anything, she's more of a threat to Trump in power when she's in that seat, winning elections, resigning instead of just retiring. LaMaFeo's trying to f him over. If she wants to on the Republican Party, if she wants to on the Republican Party, she can still do so. I will say this, okay, at least from my own personal experience and from people who I've talked to that are running for office or are in positions of power, or even like media figures in general, Israel will make your life a living hell if you are outwardly and overtly anti-Israel. Like, it's not even a question. There is only one group.
You think Marjorie just had some bad blackmail on her?
Of influence peddlers that have more motion and more intensity and more investment in making your life a living hell until the end of time. And it is absolutely the Hosbarists. They do not operate with like the same level of intensity as like other interest groups. You can be a anti-big oil guy, you can be a climate change guy, you can be anti-billionaire. They will come after you for sure, right, if you are those things, but never to the same level of fervor. I have never experienced anything like this in my 12-year career as a political commentator on the internet. Like, the amount of that I've gotten from virtually every front. And it's never just about Israel either. Like, just like with, Jamal Bowman or Cory Bush, right? When the lobby came after them, they didn't actually do it on the boundaries of like their position on Israel. They did it on whatever their area of weakness was, or whatever the most like successful avenue of attack was. They just presented them as being against the Democratic Party and the Democratic primary, that kind of stuff. Like, it's achievable. You can defeat it. You can certainly defeat it. You will have to deal with a metric ton of unimaginable forever. So it could possibly be that. I don't know. Maybe she couldn't deal with the heat. I'm just surprised though. But it's not. It's not. I'm being super real about this. I have never experienced personally. I've never experienced like I've had haters. Had 35 people watching me. Right. I've had haters when I was like not even remotely relevant, working at the Young Turks. But nothing compares to this level of animosity. So it could very well be her just waving the flag because she just couldn't deal with it.
You see, I have never valued power, titles, or attention in spite of all the wrong assumptions about me. I do not cling to those things because they are meaningless and empty traps that hold too many people in Washington. I believe in term limits and do not think Congress should be a lifelong career or an assisted living facility. My only goal and desire has ever been to hold the Republican Party accountable for the promises it makes to the American people and put America first. And I have fought against Democrats.
People dressed up like Hassan and his shock dog for Halloween. That's funny.
Democrats damaging policies like the Green New Deal, wide open, deadly, unsafe border policies, and the trans agenda on children and against women. With that has brought years of non-stop, never-ending personal attacks, death threats.
She's trying to save herself from being South Park. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene's biggest fear, is getting goofed on by South Park.
Lawfare, ridiculous slander and lies about me that most people could never withstand.
Or if she's gearing up for a Senate run. But even if she's gearing up for a Senate run, I don't know if this is the best move to gear up for a Senate run. You know what I mean? I just think she's a shark that folded as soon as she got a fraction of the hate that she has sent towards people like Ilhan. That could be the case. This also doesn't do anything really to shift the House majority either. I'm actually kind of confused by this. I don't know. I mean, she did make her bag. She did get the bag. She greatly boosted her profile. She greatly boosted her coffers through her incredible stock trading, as is the case with all of these demons, right? Maybe she wants to do podcasting. That could also be another thing. That is a real pivot. Like a lot of these.
Dude, this is what I'm saying. It feels like the Tucker move. It feels like, Marjorie, you could be really great for helping push people further right. You could be the next Candace. And then boom, dude, they've got a bunch of, all the goofballs who love Candace are gonna love Marjorie Taylor Greene when she starts spitting hard facts.
These guys do just want to become media figures. I don't know.
Even for a single day. It has been unfair and wrong, not only to me, but especially to my family. But it's been wrong to my district as well.
She's not winning Georgia governor. I mean, I guess maybe she like tries to whip up a like the anti-Trump.
No, if she's doing this shit, she's going to the media, bro.
Momentum while still keeping like big bits and pieces of the MAGA base. I don't know, but I don't think any Democrat in Georgia is going to vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene over like a Democrat for governor.
There is no plan to save the world or a 4D chess game being played. When common American people realize and understand that the political industrial complex of both parties is ripping this country apart, that not one elected leader like me is able to stop Washington's machine from gradually destroying our country, and instead the reality is that they, common Americans, the people, possess the real power over Washington, then I'll be here by their side to rebuild it. Until then, I'm going back to the people that I love, to live my life to the fullest, as I always have, and I look forward to a new path ahead. I'll be resigning from office, with my last day being January 5th, 2026, and I look forward to seeing many of you
Why not January 6th?
again sometime in the future. May God bless you all, and may
Plan to save the world.
This is weak shit, bro. How dare Marjorie?
World is a QAnon dog whistle. She put in a not so subtle nod shading the QAnon mindset at the end of her letter. It feels like ages ago that Marjorie Taylor Greene was the first Q adjacent congressperson elected. If I'm cast aside by MAGA and replaced by neocons, big pharma, big tech, there is no plan to save the world or insane 4D chess game being played. Wait, so she's a disillusioned QAnon wine mom? Where she's like, when I first joined Congress, I thought Q was real. I thought there was an elite Jewish pedophilic cabal and that Donald Trump was the only man to tackle it. Now I realize he is a part of the elite Jewish pedophilic cabal, and I do not believe that he has a plan to save the world. So she is a real believer. This goes along with the assessment that I made initially that like Marjorie Taylor Greene is not as much as a grifter as she is like a real believer. I can't tell if this.
I love that. I hope Marjorie is a real believer, bro.
Pivot.
She is disillusioned. She said, I thought we were going to stop crime together, but I think they might all be into it.
That she's going through right now is a calculated move for a Senate run, or if this is like a real believer.
No, she wants to host the biggest podcast ever.
Going to the Capitol and realizing that like, no,
she said, I want to be the female Joe Rogan. I want to be the female Joe Rogan.
there is no actual deep state, or rather, what she perceived as a deep state pedophilic cabal is actually
Marjorie was talking about the geoengineering. What if Marjorie Taylor Greene was the only real person in Congress? Wouldn't that be so funny?
absolutely something that Donald Trump is playing ball with, you know? I don't know. I haven't found myself this confused by the actions of a politician in a long time. It's actually confusing.
I mean, dude, also, Marjorie was talking about space lasers. What if she's the only real one? She said, these are a bunch of fakers. They're all fakers. MAGA are fakers. In Marjorie we trust, dude. Marjorie for president. Oh my God.
And can you tell me why so many people that support Donald Trump love conspiracy theories, including yourself? He seems to attract lots of conspiracy theorists.
Well, let me tell you, you're a conspiracy theorist, and the left and the media spreads more conspiracy theories. We like the truth. We like supporting our
Wait, was it Marjorie Taylor Greene that was on the American Idol? Right? Is that who we watched last week? Or was that... Yeah, it was Marjorie, right?
Constitution, our freedoms, and America first. So
what about Jewish space lasers? Tell us about Jewish space lasers.
No, why don't you go talk about Jewish space lasers, and really, why don't you f off? How about that?
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Bro! Our queen. Aaron Zombie, you behave.
Freshman GOP Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene under fire from critics as an extremist
she's
promoter
not an
of
actor, Skitter. She's real.
This conspiracy theory.
The generations of Black and Hispanic men, do you want to know what holds them down? Gangs. We have an Islamic invasion into our government offices. They want to put their hand on the Quran and be sworn in? No.
She suggested the Parkland and Sandy Hook school shootings were false flag operations.
I mean, dude, she's like 50% right most of the time. Marjorie is like, for sure, she's got big swings and big misses. But sometimes, dude, she connects. She fucking hits a grand slam sometimes.
And that the attacks of 9/11 were staged. She touted conspiracies from the fringe group QAnon.
I just want to say to Nancy Pelosi, she's a hypocrite. She's an anti-American, and we're going to kick that bitch out of...
Someone just say witch.
Conspiracies from the fringe group QAnon.
I just want to say to Nancy Pelosi.
Well, the space lasers are Jewish because they have to stick that to, you know, because otherwise it's Nazis who run NASA doing it. But I mean, that's the conspiracy, you know. It's the same thing as the Jewish people rule Hollywood, when the real secret is they're Nazis. They're not Jewish. They're fake. They're fakers. They're hiding behind the shield of Judaism. But it's not really Judaism. It's Zionism. That's totally different. Totally weird. Very freaky. Not a religion. Just a bunch of bitches. Not a religion. Sorry. Fake. Fake, fake, fake. War is not a religion. Stealing people's land, not a religion. Sorry. It's not. It's just not. Your accents are fake. Your religion is fake. It's not a religion. It's not even fake. It's just not a religion. Doing war to people as your faith is it doesn't count. Gonna say it. But yeah, I mean, Marjorie is... She's getting fed some stuff to make her look silly, but for the most part...
She's a hypocrite. She's an anti-American, and we're going to kick that...
The Jewish space laser was a sex move. Yeah, money slavery is not a religion. Sorry. not. It's just not.
Bitch out of Congress.
She's also endorsed executing Democratic lawmakers on Facebook in 2018 and 2019.
Then she recorded herself in this video, confronting the Parkland shooting survivor David Hogg on the streets of D.C.
I mean, bro. You mean Adam Lanza? See what I'm saying, dude? MTG might be the it girl. She's the it girl, dude.
Why are you supporting red flag gun laws that attack our Second Amendment rights? He's got nothing
Because he's fake. He's fake. He's an actor.
say. Sad.
Marjorie is also an actor, real talk, but we can fake pretend we love her. I want to believe.
Well, you get the picture. Representative Green is a dangerous, racist, hectoring, conspiracy-loving gun nut. And her latest wackadoodle theory to be revealed is literally out of this world. Hello, everybody. I'm David Schuster, and thanks for joining us. 2 years ago, when wildfires were ravaging hundreds of thousands of acres in California and...
Hold on, where's some more MTG highlights?
All right, he's the director and producer of the upcoming documentary, The Age of Disclosure, Dan Farah.
She is a character from King of the Hill.
Fifth Column podcast and is host of the Moynihan Report, Michael Moynihan.
But we're not told anything about it.
More an issue. You agree on that?
I think it's a serious issue. Yeah, I'd love to know more about it, but we're not told anything about it.
Dan, what do you expect viewers to be most surprised by when they see your movie?
Honestly, it's probably how bipartisan the topic really is. Leaders
Wait, is this the trafficking dude?
from both parties can't agree on anything, but they agree on this being a serious, important issue.
You agree on that?
I think it's a serious issue. Yeah, I'd love to know more about it, but we're not told anything about it.
But you've had hearings. I mean, there was a hearing a couple of years ago, and they didn't say much. And then there was a hearing recently, right? Both of them are in the...
You went and got freaking Nog for stream? Dude, I should have got Nog for stream. I do have two booches. We're not booch rich tonight, but we are booched up.
In the movie.
Yeah.
And a lot more came out. And there's a lot more people who are on board now.
Yeah, I know, Mac. She's a lizard, but she's a fun lizard. She's one of the fun ones.
Very, very serious people. I got to say, Rubio was never the giant...
Okay, sorry. We can't get stuck in an MTG hole. We love her. Let's get stuck in a Donald Trump is obsessed with Zohran Mamdani hole.
Tan and a nice... Donald Trump popped out without the orange tan and a nicely fitted outfit.
Dude,
and the colors...
honestly, losing the orange tan and covering up the nussy, he looks good. I like this. I think he looks fresh. I mean, he looks very Emperor Palpatine. Not very, but like pretty Emperor Palpatine. But I think he looks kind of fresh. This is a good look for Trump. Honestly, not kidding.
Scheme. I was like, okay, Donald Trump. Maybe he's listening to his personal stylist or something, because this is a different look. No.
This is cute, dude.
No, he just got inspiration.
Everybody needs to leave Trump alone, too.
Donald Trump popped out without...
I'm sick of all this Trump slander.
I think you're going to have, hopefully, a really great mayor. And congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't. I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he's going to be. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually.
Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would. Especially after the meeting. No, I feel very comfortable. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. We agree on a lot more than I would have thought. I think I want him to do a great job.
Bro, if Curtis Sliwa was invited to the White House, he'd go, "Hey, this fanook." Wait, no, is that the bad word I'm not supposed to say? Hey, this gabagool over here. I do think that was the bad word. I shouldn't have said that one. I think that's what they say in Sopranos when they're calling someone gay. I'm sorry. I meant a gabagool. He's a hey, look at this gabagool over here. All right, I gotta stop talking. Moving on.
We'll help them do a great job. The biggest people in the world, they come over from countries nobody cares, but they did care about this meeting, and it was a great meeting. We're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if there are horrible people there, we want to get them out. We'll work together. We discussed it at great length. By the way, being the mayor of New York City is a big deal. Absolutely. I always said, you know, one of the things I would have loved to be someday is the mayor of New York City. Being the mayor of New York, and especially now, because
he's like, back when I filmed Home Alone, all I could think about was being mayor. Now I'm the president. It fucking sucks.
I think you're at really a turning point, one way or the other. It could go great, or it can go in a different direction. And I think you really have a chance to make it great.
This is so cute, dude, honestly.
Mr. President, you say you love New York City. Mr. Mamdani, does New York City...
That was a friendly clap. He didn't try and pull him down or anything. That was a sweet clap. He honestly, genuinely likes Zohran. This is so cute. I love it.
Love President Trump?
New York City loves a future that is affordable.
I really think there's a chance.
Did you guys know that your body is being...
Dude, that was a shit pivot.
I just want to congratulate one way or the other. It could go great, or it can go in a different... I think you really have a chance to make it great.
Mr. President, you say you love New York City. Mr. Mamdani, does New York City love President Trump?
New York City loves a future that is affordable.
I really think there's a chance.
Ryan, I mean, if there are space lasers, wouldn't it be anti-Semitic to think that Jews aren't smart enough to invent and operate them? I know, right? These fucking racists don't think that Jews could put space lasers in the sky and use them as direct energy weapons against us. Oh, man.
It's to do a great job. We're going to help him, but I really think he has a chance to do a great job. But I'll let you answer that. You consider yourself the leader of the Democrats. I think it's more appropriate for him.
I consider myself the next mayor of New York City.
We had some interesting conversation, and some of his ideas really are the same ideas that I have. He said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against, you know, a lot of smart people. And he beat him, and he beat him easily, and I congratulated him.
Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
I will use every form of transit.
That is literally a really funny comeback, Ryan, for like anything that that they say is anti-Semitism. Oh, you're saying that they're not smart enough to do that? That's too funny.
And I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City, and that's why making buses fast and free is a centerpiece of our campaign.
There is a bus that goes...
Well, I know, but if he flew, that's a lot quicker, too. No.
Your time is...
He's working very hard. For him to be, that's a very long drive. I'll stick up for you. You know, the plane takes you 30 minutes and driving takes you a long time. He doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime. And I have very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to... And he said some things that were very interesting as to housing construction, and people would be shocked. But I want to see this.
I mean, dude, Mamdani is literally keeping the police commissioner, Jessica Tisch. This dude's a cuck.
Same thing. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. That's the ultimate way. He agrees with that, and so do I. But if I read the newspapers...
Yeah, no, legit. Mamdani's like, okay, here's my idea. Send ICE to New York City. It will cause massive civil unrest. Then we can put even more military in the streets. I'll pretend to be against it and amp the people up. Yeah, no, for real. I mean, dude, Trump is giving him this. He loves his little dog. He's making sure Zohran is fucking sturdy like a good dog. Good boy.
I don't hear that, but I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I don't expect. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help, because I want New York City to be great. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great. I think he's different. All right, I think he's different, and that
Bro, this is a glaze fest.
Me in a very positive way, but I think he's different than, you know, your typical guy. Runs, wins, becomes mayor maybe, and nothing exciting. Because he has a chance to really do something great for New
Adam Friedland just dropped a Mamdani episode. Fuck, are we gonna have to watch it?
York. Going to be helping him, but
follow Q. You're way off, brudda. What? That Trump is not. That Zohran is not Trump's little lapdog? What do you mean? We are followers of Q, bro. Everything Q says is 100% right. That's what we say around here.
He's different than...
And we say Q is not Michael Flynn. Q is military operation. Yeah, because he's Michael Flynn. It's common sense. If you had trouble with Q, you have an IQ of a peanut. But what part are you talking about, dude? What part doesn't Q like? Trump's draining the swamp. I know, dude. Saudi Brotherhood? You think the Saudi Brotherhood is behind Q? That sucks. Brotherhood. They be jerking each other off too.
You know, your average candidate. Hey, he came out of nowhere. I said he has a great campaign manager standing over there. He came out of nowhere. What'd you start off at?
Fox, I don't know what you're talking about anymore, buddy.
1 or 2, and then I watched. I said, who is this guy? He was at 1, then he was at 3, then he was at 5, then he was at 9.
Mamdani is art of white hats. The white hats are the faker people, right? Yeah, I know. Mamdani's a fucking cuck. We don't like him.
9. Then he went up to 17. I said, let's get a little bit interesting, right? And then all of a sudden he wins a primary that nobody expected he was going to win. It's a great tribute. I mean, it's an amazing thing that he did. Ultimately.
Oh, you're saying that Zohran is part of the Saudi Brotherhood? Yeah, I mean, he's a Fed. Yeah, Mamdani's a cuck, dude. We don't like Mamdani. Yeah. He had a South African accent up until like 3 years ago. That boy is a Fed.
Convince me, or I'll convince him. You know, it's for the good of New York. Ultimately, it's for the good of New York. I don't care about affiliations or parties or anything else. I want to see if this city could be unbelievable. If he could be a spectacular success, I'd be very happy.
You'll meet again in the future, you know, throughout the administration.
I think we will. I hope we do. I enjoyed the meeting. We had a great meeting. I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great again. I think he can bring it back. Now the question is, will he bring it back all the way? Will he bring it back greater than ever before? Which is, I guarantee, that's his wish. I think he wants to make it greater than ever before. And if he can,
Mamdani was never infiltrated, dude. It was always part of the plan. He's a nobody. Who the fuck is this guy? I've never heard about this guy till like 9 months ago. He's a fucking nobody. The only reason that he got endorsed by the Democrats, that's all you need to know, that he's part of the game. Zohran. This isn't what the mainstream is reporting. He's a white hat fool. Yeah. I mean, dude, he's like CIA. He's got to be. He's just like AOC. He was fake propped up by a bunch of cucks. No, he's just an actor. It's not even that fun, I don't think. I think these people are bred and groomed for this. This was always the plan.
and we'll be out there cheering. I'll be cheering for him. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
The reason you chose not to answer the question about the synagogue protest.
I just want to congratulate, I think...
Remember, this is not just a story.
What is this
history.
one? This is supposedly from 10 years earlier? This watermark looks fucked.
I have a theory that Remember, this is not just a story, this is history.
I am so close to throwing my entire
Oh, wait. Dude.
I sent a video yesterday
Do you guys remember Rachel Dolezal?
where a guy was talking about he don't care about Rachel Dolezal being transracially black anymore because she really embodied blackness. But I never really gave a damn because she didn't just choose blackness. She chose to struggle too, honey. She really did. I don't know if y'all ever seen her documentary, but me, y'all know I love a good documentary. So she was talking about how she struggled after she stepped down from her role at the NAACP and how she had to supplement income. Sister started braiding hair out of her home. And it was actually, she did her own hair. She does her own hair. Talking about how he was like, she sat there for the micro braids for 14 hours. I got to respect it. Da, da, da. No, she did them herself. She did them herself. That's when I was just like, you know what? I don't really have anything to say, to be honest. I don't really give a damn. She is truly an auntie. She just embodied the role. She has not disrespected me and my people personally.
I love
I
this.
just feel like she didn't just come with the shenanigans. She also came with solutions too. You gotta give credit where it's due, y'all. Like, she was really working for the NAACP and she was moving mountains around that mug. You cannot lie. The interesting thing to me though about Rachel Dolezal is that she didn't want to be a stereotypical black woman. She wanted to be like just a regular middle-aged black woman that, I don't know, just like stood up for her community and
Justice
like, you know
for
what
Rachel
I'm saying?
Dolezal.
So I found that angle to be a unique one because usually white people who cosplay black people, it's like the real ghetto stereotypes. No, Rachel Dolezal was really holding it down, and she was really making some important moves in the NAACP when she was working for them. So I can't really be mad at that. And then, you know, doing hair out your home when you fall on hard times is just such an embodiment of the black experience. I was just like, man, leave Rachel alone. She be in the news
leave Rachel alone.
Like every 6 months or so. And it's white people that's more mad than black people at this point because she just let her do her thing, okay? She trying to take care of them kids. Like, Rachel ain't taking no food off my damn plate, okay? I sent a video yesterday where a guy was...
And now to our exclusive interview with the woman at the center of a cultural firestorm in this country over these last days, Rachel Dolezal, the NAACP chapter leader accused of lying about her race. Today, we asked her whether she has been deceptive and just why there are so many questions now surfacing about her past. Let me just ask you plainly, have you ever lied about your race?
No, because never have I been asked, are you human or not human, right? So yeah,
those words
race as a construct, again, is a fluid understanding. So I would say no.
You know when someone asks you, are you black? Are you African American? You know exactly what they're asking you. And for you to say yes, is that an honest answer?
When somebody asks, are you black, which I actually don't.
Yeah, they were trying to get a race war going.
Don't get asked very often.
Like, dude, she's not doing a weird accent or anything.
Until recently, since a few days ago.
Justice for Rachel Dolezal.
Then I say, yeah, I do. Yeah, I am black.
Do you understand why many people would think, given your parents and your heritage, that is at best a misleading answer?
I can understand that, but again, up to this point, I know who raised me. I haven't had a DNA test. There's been no biological proof that Larry and Ann are my biological parents.
There's a birth certificate that has your name on it and their names on it?
I'm not necessarily saying that I can prove they're not, but I don't know that I can actually prove they are. I mean, the birth certificate is issued a month and a half after I'm born. It certainly There were no medical witnesses to my birth.
It's one thing to embrace the questions as an academic matter.
Right.
It's another thing to just actually be honest and transparent about who you are.
Right. Well, I definitely am not white. Nothing about being white describes who I am. So what's the word for it? You know, I mean, the closest thing that I can come to is if you're black or white, I'm black. I'm more black than I am white.
Have you changed your physical appearance?
Yeah, well, definitely. I've experimented with my hair since living in Mississippi, really, and doing hair on the porch, you know, braiding.
Have you changed your skin color?
Some of those, well, I don't know necessarily if my skin color has changed. Depends on the season, right? So I have not taken any melanin shots or any of the black like me, you know, some of the previous experiments with transforming into a darker skinned person. I haven't had surgeries or anything like that. Some days, if I have spray on, you know, like bronzer or whatever to get a glow, but other days I don't. And I think even the word disguise has been put out there and all that kind of, and it just sounds very like intentional and deceitful and structured, and I just want to feel beautiful. And this is how I feel beautiful.
Do you feel like a little bit under siege by all of this?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely. But I've really tried to kind of check that a bit and try to be present for my kids, my sister, and the movement, and really see what's best for that right now and make strategic decisions for that. But I am going to need to do a little regrouping and be able to really process all the implications now as I move forward.
One other.
Before her name went viral.
This is after pretending to be black. Rachel Dolezal opens up about life 6 years later.
Viral and became a hashtag for anyone claiming a race or culture they were not born into. Rachel Dolezal says she was living her life as an active member of the black community. Many within her community saw Rachel as a respected civil rights activist. She was president of the local NAACP chapter and an instructor of Africana Studies at Eastern Washington University with a bachelor's in arts and a master's in fine art from Howard University. Then, in 2015, this childhood photo of a blonde-haired white Rachel was a piece of her unraveling when it was revealed she had constructed a life around black culture. Rachel was fired from her job, forced off community boards. Social media erupted, hundreds of thousands of tweets mocking her, while others were disgusted by her perceived role as a culture vulture. Today, almost 6 years later, Rachel says she is still being punished, unable to find a job in the field she'd been thriving in for years and struggling to provide for her 3 sons. Though she admitted she did not correct some assumptions that she was black, she questions the pound of flesh she's still required to pay for her actions. Rachel Dolezal joins us now from her home in Tucson, Arizona. Rachel, thank you so much for...
Yeah, dude, she's kind of a redhead. I wonder what people would say now.
joining us. You know, part of the reason I wanted you on the show is really the punishment.
You're so confused, Juanita. Do you not remember this? This was like 10 years ago.
Of this. You've had the documentary. I first encountered you briefly when I was at the Today Show and you were there being interviewed. And I want to talk a little bit later about your life now and how it's been affected. But you see these headlines, and there's, since your story, as I said at the beginning of the show, it seems like there's one a month. And it's not just black, white, it's Latino, it's Asian, all these storylines. How do you process it, especially when your name is attached to some of these stories? Out of nowhere, hashtag Rachel Dolezal.
Right. Well, it is really tough, you know, to relive that every day and every week, as you said. Whatever the case, if somebody's name comes up attached to what people feel is a problematic identity, then I'm hashtag, and there are memes, you know, Kamala Dolezal, all these kind of things that have been created that come my way, and I'm tagged in.
Kamala Dolezal?
And what I really wish is that people could see me more for who I am than the what, a mother, an activist, an artist. That's really the who I am. And when it comes to race and identity, I've always identified racially as human, but have found more of a home in Black culture, in the Black community. And that hasn't changed. I mean, I'm still the same person I was in May of 2015. I'm still doing the work. I'm still pressing forward, but it has been really tough for sure. Having not had a job for 6 years, I've had to create my own job and find ways to provide for my children through braiding hair, through...
Like, are you not allowed to be white and work for the NAACP too? What was this all about?
Grant writing to bring funds.
Was she just grinding the grants? She was just crushing grants so hard they had to take her out? This feels very Peter Thiel coded. If they found all these pictures and the first people talking about it were on Twitter, this feels Thiel coded.
Marginalized communities and Black-owned businesses and nonprofits, through painting, through doing pep talks on cameo.com. So it's definitely been a long 6 years, but I really strongly believe that, as a person, you have to just continue to be who you are. And, you can't change who you are
But you can change who you are. People change every day. And at the core,
they're like, you gotta just hang out with white people.
Core of your story, isn't it?
Yeah, it is Thiel coded, right? It's all theater to get people angry over identity politics.
In some ways, about changing to what you want it to be, whether people agree with it or not. You did.
And also, like, for real. What is this, a comment? This is like the trans thing, honestly. It's like, okay, how many other Rachel Dolezals are there? 3? Same thing with, like, the trans kids. It's like so few people. It's like, who fucking cares, dude? Are you personally dealing with it? So shut the fuck up.
Really, I think it's more of a story for anyone who reads my book. You can really see it's a whole life, and it's more of a story of becoming than changing. It's more of a story of finding a home culturally, and it's not one of, somehow pretending or faking or changing. It's just becoming. And if I had, changed, then, there would be this flip-flopping, or maybe I would have somehow scrapped everything under pressure. But this is really just who I am. And so I really believe that if I'm going to continue to live.
What up, Alien Buns? Thanks, buddy. We feel you in spirit.
I have to continue to, be who I am in the midst of pressure.
And I looked at your hair and the braids, which was part of the way you made money during this time. And giving into the pressure, I guess, would have been to arrive on this show with straight...
Her braids do look fucking good, right?
Hair or something that people did not see as culturally...
Like, she's good at doing it, I mean.
Identifying as Black.
I'm in braids right now. And for a practical purpose of advertising what I do to provide for my children, a lot of people that see me at the grocery store or something say, like, who braided your hair? And it's like, well, I did. And so then it's, well, could you do mine? And hair has been part of what I do to provide for my children. And so I've been, braiding for over 20 years. And
it added to the backlash, too. I mean, you saw the memes of all the different hairstyles that people saw as you culturally appropriating, that of Black women and how we wear our hair. Again, 6 years later, because I don't want to just belabor every bad thing that's happened, but now in your life, you can get a job, but the things that you're qualified to do based on your studies at Howard University and beyond, you can't really get the employment you think you deserve, right? Is that the best way to explain it?
So, I started with applying for all the things I was qualified for. And after interviews and getting turned down, I even applied to jobs that didn't even require degrees, being a maid at a hotel, working at a casino.
So you're saying
I wasn't able to get any of those jobs either.
You couldn't get a job as a maid at a hotel because of the stories that have followed you.
Yeah, and I think overall, I didn't really hear a reason for people. A lot of times, employers don't tell you, "Oh, we aren't hiring you because." But I think when there's so much negativity on just a Google search, or Wikipedia is even inaccurate.
Yeah, that's like name-changing territory. It's time to change your name.
About your life story, and you have to direct people.
J-Rock, know what I'm saying?
To like the only place that my true story lives is in my book, and in full color, and so I think that people aren't going to go seek out my book if they're just looking for an employee. So
anyway, all right, boys. Well, all right, dude. Here, let's get back on the Mamdani train. This is so cute, bro. The solo picture of Mamdani, how funny is this shit?
Why did no one tell me that Trump did a photo dump of his meeting? His meeting was so raw. This is so crazy. The man is enamored with Mamdani. I just realized... I just realized that one of those photos is only Mamdani. You told me the narcissist didn't include himself in one of those photos. Oh my God, could you imagine doing all this shit, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, for instance, to get favor with him? And then Mamdani strolls up, calling him a fascist and everything, and he's just like, looking like this. This has been such a weird week in politics, like weirder than normal, which is saying a lot. Like there was a journalist that asked him why he didn't like take a bus or something, like why he flew to DC, and Trump defended him and explicitly said, "I'm going to defend you." Like he's working hard. It's quicker to come on a plane. Like, what do you mean? Why did no one tell me that Trump did a photo dump of his meeting?
Yeah, I'm white and embracing culture would have worked pretty well. I know, she should have just, she died on the hill. She should have just lost it quick. I mean, that's what she should have done, is been like, yeah, from the jump. Just be like, I'm embracing the culture. People would be like, okay, you're weird, but she probably wouldn't have lost her job. It's been a weird week. Yeah, just a weird week, guys. And a weird year. Bro, it's been weird for a while. Speaking of weird evil witches. Oh, brother.
Married? Yes. You have 2 kids.
Listen to this shit.
You did get married? Yes. You have 2 kids. 2 precious babies.
Oh, so everyone keeps hearing, right, that Erica Kirk supposedly is 8 weeks pregnant. And I've been like, where's the evidence? I think this is what they're talking about. She hasn't confirmed it yet, but I feel like they're setting it up.
Babies. And you told me this in private, but how many kids did you guys want to have?
You told me this in private, but I'm going to blurt it out now.
To have 4. And I was praying to God that I was pregnant when he got murdered. Oh, wow. I thought of that once.
Oh, get the fake tears from your smoky eye.
Whether it was meant to be or whether we'd get news like that. was like, oh goodness, that would be the ultimate blessing out of this catastrophe. So now when I see young couples, I tell them, please, like, don't put it off. Especially if you're a young woman, don't put it off. You can always have a career. You can always, go back to work. You can never just go back to having children. And they grow so fast and so quickly, but
Erica hasn't seen them since she can't remember because they aren't her kids. She never had kids. She had a fucking plastic baby bump like Beyonce.
I was praying, both of us were. We were really excited to just expand our family.
Thank God you have the two.
I know.
Thank God. You know,
boy and girl. I know.
One day they'll find out. Right now they're just, little loves, and one day they'll find out that they're Charlie Kirk's children, and they'll know what that means. So you did get married.
What does it mean?
Yes.
Oh, we watched that.
Feel angry against God, but I know you don't ever feel angry against God, but I kind of do. I
understand.
How do you make sense of that? And do you have any anger when you think about it? Not towards the Lord, but in general.
The enemy would love for me to be angry. He would love it.
What the fuck, dude? Look at this demon, bro.
The Lord, but in general.
The enemy would love for me to be angry. He would love it.
Look at those eyes, bro.
He would love it.
What enemy? The FBI?
Because it would distract me from building what Charlie entrusted to me, raising our babies. Turning point. Being there for the team, being there for what the future holds. And if I had any amount of anger in my heart and spirit, the Lord would not be able to use me. And every single day, just how Charlie did, stood on stage, he would say, "Here I am, Lord, use me." And if I had that anger in my heart, that
Charlie was free use for the Lord.
foothold from the enemy, he wouldn't be able to.
I know you don't ever feel angry against
Charlie bottomed for the Lord. So true.
At Charlie's memorial, right across the way here, there was that extraordinary moment where you forgave his accused killer. And I looked and I said, that's the most powerful, strongest thing I've ever seen anybody do in my life. And then somebody helped.
Not that hard because Charlie's killer is AI and not real. It's not a real person, so.
Help me understand, because I thought I could never do it. I could never do it. And somebody said to me, forgiveness is an action, not an emotion. And I was like, okay, that's getting me closer to feeling like I could do it. If I don't actually have to feel loving in my heart toward the person. But I wonder, like, how do you, like, if you could say something to him, if you say something to his parents, like, what would it be? Would it be anger? Would it be sympathy? What would it be?
That's a good question. It wouldn't be sympathy. It wouldn't be anger.
It's like grieving widow fucking world tour. She loves being on camera, bro. This is so funny. Have you ever met a grieving widow more willing to be on stage all the time? Yeah, the enemy is the American people. She broke. Mustering up a tear.
How do you put this?
How you say?
Anything that I could ever
Como se dice?
Wish upon him or that family would pale in comparison of the justice of God. And so I would look at them almost like, I'm so glad I'm not you.
Oh, hell yeah.
At Charlie's Memorial, right across the way.
Ugh. All right, Coop made a new video about adrenochrome. You want to watch it? Boop.
Like and subscribe. Now let's dive. I was and am not still quite sure how to start this topic in this video. There's so many places we have to go today, and I really don't think you guys are ready for this because I wasn't when I started this. This is a
I'm gonna go get a booch, BRB.
Topic that has been covered up by so many lies and so much misinformation and slop media from every side that the truth is almost indistinguishable from fiction. But I do think that I have found the path through the proverbial forest, so let's see what we can find. First of all, because of the age we live in, there is one word you are not going to hear me say in this video, and it's the name of the topic for this video. So instead of saying, you know, that thing on the whiteboard, I'm going to refer to it by its laboratory name, C9H9NO3, or for our sake, C9 for short. I may on occasion refer to it as other things throughout this video in passing, but for the most part, I'm going to try and stick to C9 for continuity's sake. I want the chance for as many people as possible to see this because of how important it is to understand, so I shall be playing ball with the forced censorship of our age. That being said, we can officially dive. C9 is one of those substances that has many different stories being told about it, and it can be hard to know where to start with something like that. On the one hand, we have heard stated that the PDF file class is using it to extend their lives, and on the other, we've been told it's just a completely made-up thing that your boomer uncle fell for on Facebook, you know, the one that worships Trump, not Biden. Now, we haven't covered nearly enough ground to make an argument for the first claim, but we are going to get there. As for C9 being fake, however, that is obviously untrue, as it is a genuine chemical compound known the world around. So then, if it's actually real, what is C9? At its simplest, C9 is a compound that the body produces, but I think this is going to be better to explain visually, so let's head to the whiteboard for this one. C9 is the resulting substance of the adrenal glands producing the hormone adrenaline, which is released in response to frightening, painful, or otherwise stressful situations. The amount of adrenaline and therefore C9 in one's body varies depending on the level of the situation. The more stressful, the more adrenaline, and therefore the more C9. I'm not going to try and bore you here and make it seem like you're in a high school chemistry class, but it is important to understand because this substance, many mainstream media pundits claim is just a conspiracy theory. It's like we said, very real, and intriguingly, despite being a medical substance, is reported as having essentially zero medical purposes, and yet is still simultaneously mass-produced. The lab version, obviously, which seems odd, but hey, what do I know? Continuing, when talking about C9, people typically begin thinking of the PDF file class, like we mentioned, and the harvesting of it for eternal youth, as well as some spiritual and psychedelic effects. It may sound a little ridiculous, maybe a lot ridiculous, but I would argue it's actually not that much. Indeed, C9 has been known to modern science for the better part of a century, but I think we can make an argument that its effects have unknowingly been known to man for centuries. Let's take the American Indian or Native American, whatever you prefer, I don't care. What I find intriguing about them is that they have a very unique history. One thing that frustrated me ad nauseum when I was in school was the noble savage myth, where the natives were all Pocahontas-esque and just desired to be left to their own devices, painting with all the colors of the wind. When in reality, no such thing could be further from the truth. The natives on this continent were very clever, strategically minded, territorial, and exceptionally violent. Obviously, there were many tribes, and that doesn't apply to all to the same degree, but as a whole, it's a fair description. Few were genuinely peace-loving, and war was basically constant. Among these tribes, however, there are several standout in terms of violence. And for our case, let's take, for instance, the Iroquois. They ruled a vast empire, estimated to be nearly 25 million acres in size, which is an unfathomable amount of land. But you're saying, probably right now, cool, whatever, dude, I don't care. What do the Iroquois have to do with C9? And as it turns out, quite a bit, because more impressive and in the darkest way possible was the ruthlessness with which the Iroquois maintained their lands and subsequently their power. Indeed, many tribes throughout the Iroquois Confederacy were known cannibals, extremely violent, devilishly inspired, and seeking something ethereal from their enemies.
Yeah,
the
boys, like the stream if you like the stream.
Enjoyed cannibalism, which is already a bad look. However, they went beyond that, deciding that there was something more potent to the flesh and blood and the torture of their victims. Take, for instance, the case of missionary Brebeuf, a brother in Christ who sought to spread the light to a new continent and had seen much success.
His name's John DeBoof. This dude be boofing and goofing all day, every day. ADED.
In doing so, he was a friend of the natives, and many of them.
Yeah, the natives were exceptionally violent.
Had come to share the faith alongside him. However, other members of the Iroquois did not share an adoration for the Lord, and on the 16th of March of 1649, he was captured along with a man named Lamont, who was a Catholic priest. The two were tortured to the very bitter end, and warning, I am going to be reading an account from the Christian natives who witnessed the events that were imprisoned alongside him, and it's going to be horrifying. I mean that, you really, if there are kids here, they actually don't let them listen to this. I am going to reiterate once again about how serious I am. If I was a child and I heard this, I would have been horrified. A veritable account of the martyrdom and blessed death of Father Jean de Brebeuf and of Father Gabriel Le Allemand in New France in the country of the Hurons by the Iroquois enemies of the faith. The context is Father Jean de Brebeuf and Father Gabriel Le Allemand had set out from their cabin to go to a small village to preach
Wait, so is this written by a Jesuit? Don't care.
the word to some Iroquois, and the village was named St. Ignace. The distance was less than a league away, but it was still enough for the following to take place. The following account comes from captured Christian natives who were imprisoned alongside the two Christian missionaries, and what they saw has been verified by other witnesses as well. In addition to that, the body was later recovered, and it matched exactly what had been described. This is an account from the natives of that time. The Iroquois came to the number of 1,200 men, took our village, and seized Father Brebeuf and his companion, and set fire to all the huts. They proceeded to vent their rage on those two fathers, for they took them both and stripped them entirely naked and
this seems like some lame-ass propaganda.
Fastened each to a post. They tied both of their hands together, they tore the nails from their fingers, they beat them with a shower of blows from cudgels on the shoulders, the loins, the belly, the legs, and the face. There being no
I'd let them do it too, to a bunch of Freemasons.
part of their body which did not endure this torment. The savages told us further that although Father de Brebeuf was overwhelmed under the weight of these blows, he did not cease continually to speak of God and to encourage all the new Christians who were captives like himself to suffer well, in order to go in company with him to paradise. While the good father was encouraging these people, at this point there was an angry Iroquois who had heard the word and then turned away from it. He began taunting Father Brebeuf, pouring buckets.
Oh, Coop says he was a part of the Freemasons? Huh.
Of scalding hot water over him and making fun of baptism and saying that he was helping him get to his eternal destination faster. After this, they continued the torture, creating a kind of like necklace of hatchets that went around Brebeuf's body, and they were also burning red hot so that if and whenever he moved, he was burned and sliced, but also if he didn't move, he was constantly burned by the hatchets. After that, they put him on a belt of bark full of pitch and resin and set fire to it, which roasted his whole body. During all these torments, Father endured like a rock, insensible to fire and flames, which astonished all the bloodthirsty wretches who tormented him. His zeal was so great that he preached continually. They continued to.
The colonists were fucking peace-loving boys. They were just little guys trying to spread the love of the Jesuit lizard god.
Mock Father Brebeuf and his faith, but it evidently worked because the Iroquois Christians remained true to the very end. Those butchers then, seeing that the good father began to grow weak, made him sit down on the ground, and one of them, taking a knife, cut off the skin covering his skull. Another of those barbarians, seeing that the good father would soon die, made an opening in the upper part of his chest and tore out his heart, which he roasted and ate. Others came to drink his blood, still warm, which they drank with both hands, saying that Father de Brebeuf had been very courageous to endure so much pain as they had given him, and that by drinking his blood, they would become courageous like him. And I cannot lie, Brebeuf is a man of infinite courage. I can't speak highly enough of a guy like that. I thought I would save the details because they were rather specific, but
Courage? Come on, dude.
There's also a scene where the natives then
that's exactly what I'm thinking. This is actually what the colonists did, and it's what the Mormons did, dude. The Mountain Meadows Massacre. They did a bunch of violence to steal people's kids, and then they blamed it on Native Americans.
His legs and arms and eat that in front of him while he's still alive. We don't need to go into the detail though. However, there are some points to emphasize, specifically that of the consumption of his flesh and most prominently his blood. The natives admired how strong he was and wanted to consume him to gain his strength, making sure to execute him the moment he could no longer sustain life so that he didn't die in weakness but perish in his strength. And then these natives began two-hand gulping blood from the still warm body of Brebeuf. Indeed, we can understand this is not a one-off experience, but it is a custom in the culture, and it's understood that the power was greater in the blood of an individual who could withstand such torment. And at this moment I want to strike back into the intro earlier that you may have just thought was me wasting your time. Do you recall when I stated that the more C9, indeed the more potent C9 is produced, the longer and more stress the individual is enduring? Well, I would have to imagine then that Brebeuf emitted some of the most, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, delicious and powerful C9 ever, as he lasted for literal hours under what I would describe as the worst kind of torture imaginable before relinquishing his soul to the Lord. Obviously, I'm not making the argument that the wheelless natives were somehow aware of the existence of C9, but I am suggesting that what had remained unknown to quote modern science until the 20th century history appears to have certainly not remained unknown to ancient customs. What they saw as the essence of a fervent servant of God that would empower them, we know as a hormone that generates unimaginable effects that we shall soon cover. It is also worth mentioning that the Aztecs share a similar ritual to the Iroquois. Those pyramids obese Americans ramble up thinking they look so pretty are simply altars built to ancient demons for whom the Aztecs fed with the blood of their people as well as slaves. Like Americans with football and carcinogenic foods, the Aztecs are known for ripping out the still beating hearts of victims.
And the Catholics are definitely not continuing doing this.
Drinking the resulting blood. There's a little bit of argument here, but we do know that there was a drink given to these human sacrifice offerings prior to the sacrifice. It's believed it contained cocoa and blood, but I've seen a lot of argument going back and forth on this matter. Either way, though, we do know that there were a host of customs that the
chocolate blood? Ooh.
Aztecs enjoyed, which involved the consumption of human blood and the spilling of human blood. And mind you, like I said, these are just two native groups of dozens or hundreds that practice these sorts of horrific things. Something for you to mull over as we continue. That being said, the reference to C9 and its consumption and psychedelic effects cannot be overlooked. Its history can be tracked through the Middle Ages to ancient tales of vampiric beings, as well as very literal court proceedings. Like I said, I want this video to remain up, and we are already pushing the limits here. However, on screen now is an image associated with a specific incident where 6 children were slurped of their blood by a certain group of people. Feel free to go your merry way with that research, and if you know what you were looking for, there are indeed court proceedings covering this case. Hard to find the unbiased ones. There are more, and one specific one we'll touch on later, but for now, we're not there yet. I could yap for hours about the references to blood and C9 throughout history, but I think another time is probably best for that. Because reaching forward a few hundred years, C9 was basically unknown until the 1950s. It had been successfully synthesized in a lab somewhere in the later 1940s after incidences in World War II where soldiers were given oxygenated blood when morphine was unavailable and began, for lack of a better term, to trip balls, which sparked later curiosity in the post-war period, and this patent would be granted for the laboratory production of C9 in 1952. If you're distressing fed, the receipts are on the screen right now. But to modern science, whatever that actually means, its depth of effect on the human body and mind would remain untraversed for some more time, until 3 funny fellows popped up in Canada of all places. These men were Abram Hoffer, Humphrey Fortescue Osmond, and the last and certainly not least, John Raymond Smithies with a Y. All 3 of these men were doctors back when that still meant something, and had some interesting thoughts on the whole C9 thing. These gentlemen came to form a hypothesis, one that initially sounds bizarre, that there is a direct link between C9 and schizophrenia. Although as we shall see, it's likely not as strange as it may initially seem. The last 2 men mentioned, Dr. Osmond and Smithies, both worked at the Weyburn Mental Hospital in Saskatchewan, Canada. This place was horrifying, known for its lobotomies and insulin shock therapies, which is evidently when so much insulin is injected into someone that they go into a coma, a process which is often repeated for weeks, the more you know, as well as the casual, forceful injection of extreme doses of LSD into unwitting patients. But it was also unintentionally the tramping grounds for groundbreaking science. These 2 men's work. Being in such close proximity to schizophrenics and often treating them, they sought a solution to such a problem that had ruined the minds of so many. And in 1952, they released a paper where the 2 men discussed the molecular similarities between mescaline and C9. Mescaline being the psychedelic substance that is derived from a couple kinds of cactus. It's simple, but will take your brain far, far away from here. And the effects of mescaline, these researchers noticed, mirrors very closely the symptoms of schizophrenics. The 2 surmised that obviously the body wasn't producing mescal in such massive amounts as would be necessary and on a daily basis to cause schizophrenia, but they did know that schizophrenia and anxiety, as well as stress-induced states, had already been known and linked to one another. And so they presumed that perhaps something researchers had missed is how the body is breaking down adrenaline, the hormone connected to stressful situations, and maybe schizophrenics weren't processing that right at all. And so they uncovered, or more accurately, really paid the first serious attention to C9 and what it can do and how it affects the body, which caused them to write a paper that we already mentioned. It's actually super interesting and worth the read. You can find it below, but it doesn't compare to what happens when the researchers consumed raw C9 themselves and experienced something beyond bizarre. And this was just C9 that was made in a lab, not the OG stuff. For reference, this was Humphrey's second time consuming C9. The first time was a smaller dose, this one was a larger one, and we'll begin there. This is from a book called The Witness, and it's discussing Humphrey Osmond's experience on the C9 substance, as witnessed to by several other doctors and several other observers. I had 5 milligrams of C9 this time because we thought that it was probably deteriorating. I saw only a few visual patterns with my eyes closed, and I had the feeling that there was something wonderful waiting to be seen, but somehow I couldn't see it. However, in the outside world, everything seemed sharper and the Van Gogh was 3-dimensional. I began to feel that I was losing touch with everything. My sister telephoned, and although I'm usually glad to hear her voice, I couldn't feel any warmth or happiness. I watched a group of patients dancing, and although I enjoy watching dancing and the envious interest of one who is clumsy on his feet, I didn't have a flicker of feeling. As we drove back to Abe's house, a pedestrian walked across the road in front of us. I thought we might run him down and watched with detached curiosity. I had no concern for the victim. we did not knock him down. I began to wonder whether I was a person anymore, and to think I might be a plant or stone as my feeling for these inanimate objects increased. My feeling for and my interest in humans diminished. I felt indifferent towards humans and had to curb myself from making unpleasant personal remarks about them. I had no inclination to say more or less than I observed. If I was asked if I liked a picture, I said what I felt and disregarded the owner's feelings. I did not wish to talk and found it more comfortable to gaze at the floor or a lamp. Time seemed to be of no importance. I slept well that night and awoke feeling lively, but although I had to attend a meeting that morning, I did not hurry myself. Eventually, I had to be more or less dragged out of the house by Abe. I had to get my car from the garage where it was being repaired. There was some trouble about finding it in the garage. When at last I was seated in the driver's seat, I realized that I couldn't drive it through traffic. Although quite able to do so usually, I did not, however, feel anxious or distressed by this, but persuaded the garage proprietor to drive me to my destination. I would, I believe, have normally found this a humiliating situation. I did not feel humiliated. I attended the scientific meeting, and during it, I wrote this note. Dear Abe, this dang stuff is still working. The odd thing is that stress brings it on after about 15 minutes. I have this glass wall, other side of the barrier feeling. It is fluctuant, almost intangible, but I know it is there. The stress was the minor one of getting the car. I have a feeling that I don't know anyone here. Absurd but unpleasant, although also some slight ideas of references arising from my sensations of oddness. I've just begun to wonder if my hands are writing this. Crazy, of course. I fluctuated for the rest of the day. While being driven home by my psychologist colleague, Mr. B. Stefan Yuk, I discovered that I could not relate distance and time. I would see a vehicle far away on the long, straight prairie roads, but would be uncertain whether we might not be about to collide with it. We had coffee at a wayside halt, and here I became disturbed by the covert glances of a sinister-looking man. I could not be sure whether he was really doing this or not. I went out to look at two wrecked cars, which had been brought into a nearby garage. I became deeply preoccupied with them and the fate of their occupants. I could only tear myself away from them with an effort. I seemed in some way to be involved in them. Later in the day, when I reached home and the telephone rang, I took no notice of it and allowed it to ring itself out. Normally, no matter how tired I am, I respond to it. By the morning of 19/10/52, I felt that I was my usual self again. So yeah, this high lasted over 24 hours. This is one of the only descriptions of what the C9 substance is like, and obviously this was the lab-made stuff, not the real stuff or the stuff harvested from people. And what he describes is wild. He describes not feeling like he's human, not caring about other humans, contemplating possible killings of humans, and also a bizarre inability to feel embarrassment or guilt, a lack of emotion overall. I also do find it a curious note of that person he believed was watching him and he was paranoid about him. Who knows what that was about, but it is very odd. After this, new studies began popping up across the globe. For instance, in France, cats were injected into the brain with it, and they displayed some strange results, including falling into a sleep trance-like state, and at times the cats would jolt up and stare at random parts of the ceiling. It's also noted that these cats would then start contorting themselves into bizarre and uncomfortable and even painful positions, and then stay there frozen with eyes wide open, howling. Also important for the prevailing narrative, libido spikes wildly on this stuff, and one laboratory's large cat tried to make interspecies love to the researcher's dog. And many of these scientists had also tested the effects of mescaline and LSD on these animals and found that C9 had a longer lasting and deeper effect on the test subjects' brainwaves. And from these tests,
dude, these people were just putting their dogs in these experiments. Like, these people don't have fucking souls, man.
these researchers came to a fascinating discovery. Our group of 3 men learned that the exact same symptoms are presented in C9 consumption as in schizophrenics, and literally all the same symptoms are found. It's crazy. They create a whole chart with the severity. It's worth looking at. It's on screen now, and documents are attached below. And from here, these men then went on to continue their studies in the field, finding what they believe to be the cure for schizophrenia, which they also have successfully used on hundreds of people. In one case, there was a patient that Humphrey is quoted, I believe it's Humphrey, as saying was originally completely schizophrenic and is now a high-level researcher in the medical field. So whatever they were doing was clearly working. And I'm not kidding about this thing. There's a ton of data on this. It's a whole long, big deal, and not the exact point of this video, but me saying this will probably make some go, you're lying, right? No, you can look it up. It really is out there. And I believe that it's been covered because it's not quite as large of a moneymaker as the current schizophrenic medication. But don't take my word for it. What's the phrase of the 2020s that everyone was quoting? Oh yeah, that's right. Trust the science. Today, however, the C9 studies stand as arguably the foremost example of the reality of this substance and how powerful it is for both good and bad, because Hoffner's work caught the attention of some 3-letter organizations, specifically the CIA, who was playing tiddlywinks with mind control. And if you remember the sort of results that the C9 had on humans and animals, kind of sounds like people who are malleable to such things as mind control. For instance, the references to the cats being in a trance-like state. And I'm sure this is just a coincidence. I don't actually believe in those, but let's just say it's a coincidence that the foremost expert on the substance was then later directly involved with projects like MK Ultra. Oh. Nor should it seem even more suspicious than how the substance has been discredited in the ensuing years by establishment voices. I do, however, find it worth noting that Dr. Osmond was helping others down their psychedelic journey simultaneous to his work with the CIA, and I'm sure it's just a coincidence as well that Dr. Osmond guided Aldous Huxley in his Hollywood home on his groovy ride into oblivion 1 month after the CIA officially launched MK Ultra. Funny how that works. And from that experience, Aldous Huxley would go on to write an essay called The Doors of Perception about how great this all is and how we should all be taking psychedelics, specifically referencing the potency of C9. And if the name Aldous Huxley is ringing a bell for you, or however you pronounce his first name, it's because he wrote the eponymous novel Brave New World in 1932, well before this psychedelic journey. And Aldous Huxley's brother is certainly no one of note, except that he totally is, being the fellow that popularized and modernized the idea of transhumanism, the concept that all these tech lizard bros and boomers seem to worship. Great to know the CIA was up in all that from day one then. However, that is not where the literary and pop culture references to this substance end. Indeed, the roots go much further, and obviously, as you're watching this video, and I'm making it, haven't ceased to grow. For instance, let's look at the 1971 novel by Hunter S. Thompson, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Now, I'm not a film critic, thankfully, because that would suck, so I am going to simplify it for you. There are two dudes in Las Vegas. It's meant to be a metaphor for the pursuit of the
Thankfully, because that would frickin' suck.
American Dream. One of them is a lawyer named Dr. Gonzo, based off the real-life figure Oscar Zeta Acosta, and Raoul Duke. Raoul is meant to represent Hunter S. Thompson, the author. They do copious amounts of substances of various kinds, getting higher than the Empire State, but their loves are not waiting for them just across the bar. Instead, Dr. Gonzo gives Hunter's character a vial of red liquid. And if you had to guess what he calls it, what might you suspect? Yes, C9, but the real name. Worth mentioning, C9 was not very well known to anybody, even within the scientific community at this point, let alone the general public, and we know that Hunter S. Thompson was speaking in large part from experience, so just keep that in mind. Gonzo then goes on to describe how he came into possession of such a substance, and naturally we learn along with Hunter's character, it was given to Dr. Gonzo by a Satanist who couldn't afford to pay him. The Satanist told Dr. Gonzo that the substance in the bottle was extremely valuable and far more potent than any other drug he had ever consumed, and that just a drop of it would make LSD seem like ginger beer. And by LSD, of course, I mean Lakeshore Drive, the road, which will take you up or down, one might say from rags on up to riches, but I digress. Because Hunter doesn't stop there with his writing, seemingly knowing something that would later become part of the pop culture narrative, he notifies us that the Satanist was also a known PDF file. Shocker, right? And the C9 presumably came from one of his victims. And there it is, saying the quiet part out loud, I dare say. Hunter's character, which is meant to be embodying to a large extent real experiences, like we've said, then takes a bunch of the C9 and begins his ride into a horror show, as Dr. Gonzo literally transforms into a Satan-esque figure. I don't know how many times I can say this, but Hunter was in large part speaking from actual experiences for this book. Just want to reiterate, that is important. He was so clearly an odd dude, but also he was rather based and had an admirable streak of distrust in the government. Unsurprisingly then, considering what Hunter obviously knew as far back as the 1970s, Hunter would be found deceased in 2005 in his Aspen home. Of course, it was labeled a self-ending, but really, only a string bean stuck to the end of a kazoo could fall for all that hot air. It's one of the worst frame jobs I've ever seen, on par with Kurt Cobain and Vince Foster, and has all the usual patented government-done hallmarks, like active plans for things in the future, deeply looked forward to, and family in the other room who would have heard such a loud pop as is said to have taken Hunter's life. But I do want to continue to note that this man, who seemed to display, to some extent, an intimate knowledge of C9 and where it comes from, also stated in an interview 2 years prior to his death, as well as many times personally thereafter and before, that he feared being taken out by the feds. Most prominently, a close compatriot of Hunter's named Paul William Roberts, who received a call the day before Hunter's demise from Hunter, where he was whispering, extremely frightened, that he had uncovered hard evidence that the government was involved in the staging of the events that occurred the week after September the 4th. I mean, if I were a betting man, then let's just say my shekels aren't on the prevailing narrative that Hunter did it himself. And it's pretty convenient that Hunter had a broken leg at the time, making it difficult for him to fight back. And most comical to me is that despite the media lying and saying the opposite for the first few days, Hunter S. Thompson, the prolific author, synonymous for many with the written word itself, despite being at his typewriter, didn't bother to leave a letter. In fact, there was a blank page in the typewriter, and all it said was the word counselor. So yeah, put that C9 in your pipe and smoke it. Thus, it's fair to say that Hunter is simply a man who knew far too much for a certain group to leave him alive. But as we know, this isn't a story about Hunter S. Thompson, but it does seem that those who know, you know? Like Anthony Burgess, a man whose seminal work, A Clockwork Orange, was published on March 17th.
So wait, is the adrenochrome that he is that what sent him on the whole trip? It's that? That's funny.
Of 1962, and it also contains references to what is presumably C9. The world of Clockwork Orange is disturbing, drug-filled, and debaucherous, so basically the exact same as today. Importantly though, the novel contains a scene where a few of the characters pull up to the Korova Milk Bar, which is an establishment that can't sell liquor because it doesn't possess a liquor license. So it sells other creative or special drinks, you might say. And I also want to note that the entire book of Clockwork Orange is filled with its own slang and unique language, which is made up and yet somehow rather humorously, despite how old it is, sounds eerily similar to today's brain rot. But digressing, Anthony named the language Nadsat, so him leaving out some letters or changing spellings of words is not at all uncommon. Well, what they sold there was milk plus something else. They had no license for selling liquor, but there was no law yet against prodding some of the new veshies, which they used to put into the old Moloko. So you compete it with the Velocet or Synthesmic or Drencrom or one of the other veshies, which would give you a nice quiet horse show, 15 minutes admiring Bog and all his holy angels and saints in your left shoe with lights bursting all over your mozg. Or you could peat milk with knives in it, as we used to say, and these would sharpen you up and make you ready for a bit of dirty 20-1. And that that was what we were repeating this evening. I'm starting off the story with. Bog is slang for God, and the description of the trip that Drenkrom takes you on is indeed very similar to that which is described so long ago by the initial researchers of C9 like Osmond. Seriously, if you read his other stuff, it gets even crazier and more like what this Drenkrom drink is described as being. It should be stated though that this is not the only reference to C9 in A Clockwork Orange, as it makes its way into the book at minimum 3 other times, as well as in Stanley Kubrick's film on the subject. Furthermore, there are indeed other references in odd places, like the rock band Sisters of Mercy, who published a bizarre song named You Know What on the matter in the early 1980s. This is the chorus. Not black and red boys frightened by the night, but the Catholic monochrome. The Catholic girls now, stark in their dark and white, dreaded monochrome, the Sisters of Mercy, high tide, wide-eyed, sped on, for the Sisters of Mercy, filled with panic in their eyes, rise, dead on C9. Obviously, they don't say C9, they say the actual word. What a bizarre reference to faith and this substance. Something clearly seems to be going on here as well. Thus, the compound is not without its lore. However, let's not bore one another with too much history. Instead, let's fast forward to more recent times and see why C9 has become such a big deal. As we know, basically everyone in power at this point would seem to either be compromised or is killed for not being compromised, and efficient mechanisms and systems have been established to facilitate the processes of those who are really in control. Take, for instance, Epstein's Island, or the Franklin Scandal, or Project Delta, or need I really continue? I think you get it. Because of these activities, as well as many others, rumors have abounded as to what precisely is happening in these highfalutin circles. And one of the most popular rumors is that the globalist class is drinking the blood of children to harness their power. In 1990, this sounded insane. In 2000, it was insane to most, but not all. But every year since then has slowly dragged more and more people to the realization that this may not be so far from the truth. Take, for instance, the Satanist, an individual for whose celebratory calendar is riddled with blood requiring affairs. The majority of Satanists would like to deny, but can't, that these rituals call for the blood of a human, and often a child is considered best by them. It's a tale as old as time and the written word. Take, for instance, the Hebrews, who would on occasion frequently turn their back on God and do things like sacrifice their children to Baal and build altars to him. Baal being another name for the demonic entity Moloch, also worshipped by Babylonians and other pagan cultures. Moloch has many depictions, most often a bull, but there are occasions where he's depicted as an owl. Most people would like to think that this sort of pagan demon worship has been left behind, but very clearly it hasn't. The altars have modernized and the systems become obscured, but we do know it happens, and this fixation with the child has remained. Like, for instance, Bohemian Grove, where the
codeine cough syrup.
people who decide if and what you will eat meet every year to engage in homosexual relations, worship Satan, and sacrifice what has been described as both a real child or an effigy of a child to a giant stone figure reminiscent of an owl, and the owl is obviously meant to represent Moloch or a similar entity, a figure of ancient custom where one would place their child inside a fire, sacrificing the soul and body to the demon. At this point, several explorations have been conducted, and we know the inside of this place, what it looks like, and that the statues are very real, and what happens is very real. So all the proof that we have exists, and it's undeniable that these things happen. And therefore, it's not unreasonable to assume that the drinking of blood is in practice as well. As we have discussed, it's an ancient custom with roots that can be traced back thousands of years. And really, the only difference being argued today is that it's being done in a more refined or really modernized manner. Instead of being tied to a pole or something like what would happen in the olden times, if you follow that link on screen, one is only suggesting that it's done now by white-coated fiends and laboratory equipment. Once you know that C9 is real and has a long history, it's not actually that hard to believe. There are more cases than I can count that if you were to follow that link in the historical record, you might slowly begin to find as you dive further, if only you were willing to look deep enough, that is. There, however, is another problem. C9 has been given this bizarre political spin in the past couple of decades, so instead of being the very real substance that it is, it's this mythical juice that politicians take, and therefore the reality of it has gone down the drain, and the slot media has labeled it a QAnon conspiracy theory, even though QAnon is just a bunch of feds, but I do digress. And yes, I say it QAnon because it's one of those words that can get you into some sus positions on the internet, which is why so many people today hear the word and think lunacy. But looking past the people who believe politics is the answer to a corrupted system, there is something possibly more bizarre about C9 in what we can find. Taking away the political spin, we actually have evidence of the blood consumption and C9 feeding very directly. Obviously, we aren't going to be seeing videos of children being abducted for their blood. That's actually later in the video, but we do have bona fide examples of how blood is used in these ultra wealthy circles. Enter Ambrosia Health, a business founded in 2016 by a fellow named Jesse Karmazin. Jesse was and is a freak, but he unintentionally let a lot slip to the public. His company Ambrosia Health harvested blood from, quote, young donors. The age of those donors is unknown, and the means by which the blood was acquired is, you guessed it, unknown. This blood was then transfused into old dottery boomers and their parents as a way of slowing and in some cases reversing the aging process. Who specifically was a client of Ambrosia's is unknown, as even the most evil really don't want to be known as a modern day vampire. Not necessarily good for the look. However, Jesse said that he had been working with hundreds of clients and had even conducted his own clinical trials comparing placebo to what is known in the industry as young blood. And the young blood patients in the study consistently showed that the people who were receiving it had been reversing the aging process, according to Jesse. And evidently something must have been working because the leader of young blood during the company's tenure was going for about $8,000. And Jesse allegedly had hundreds of customers, and one needs a lot of liters for this to work. So even with the 40% discount on the second liter purchased in the same instance, there are still relatively few people on the planet who can actually afford to do something like this. Obviously, then there are inherent risks with this process, as with any transfusion, because you can cause severe damage to the injectee. But that didn't stop people from trying, especially considering that there are a number of studies that have been conducted on lab animals proving that young blood can in fact rejuvenate older subjects. In the 1950s, we have a man named Clive McKay who studied mice placed into a state known as parabiosis, which is when you slice them open, sew them together, and see what happens. And in the 1950s study, the old mouse rejuvenated with hair growing black once more from its aged color, increased memory and retention, completing mazes more efficiently, and a heart that pumped better, as well as an overall visage of youthfulness. It seems kind of awesome, right? But what's dark is that the young rat actually began aging more quickly once he was sewed to the older rat. These sorts of studies have been reproduced over the years, proving the same to be true in our time. Scientists even isolated specific proteins and aspects of plasma that when given to a young subject would begin the rejuvenation process. But something that these studies have also shown is that it's less efficient, this young blood, when the subject is not tied to the older subject, as in the parabiosis situation. But there are still beneficial effects nonetheless, meaning that if you were to recoup the deficit that one receives by not being in parabiosis, you'd actually be requiring a lot of young blood in order to reverse aging, which would then require there to be mass collection events of the masses' blood in order to sustain this operation. And so at this moment, I want to pause and ask, okay, realistically speaking, let's just say they need 100,000 liters of blood to sustain the population that is actually engaging this C9 consumption. It's a lot of blood, but there's also a lot of people. Who knows? It could be less, it could be more. Then there would need to be certain events staged at a high enough frequency for the C9 to be collected so it could serve the people without simultaneously sparking people's minds that something is up. And so I was pondering this, and therefore I'm going to refer to a memory that I guarantee almost everyone watching this has, but at the time didn't understand the depths of it. Allow me to take you back. Let's say you're sitting in a class that's mostly useless, like social studies, because we have to learn everything good about history, and your teacher tells you that the blood donation truck is coming, and you guys can leave class early to go donate. And then if you donate, you don't have to come back after. And I think you're starting to pick up what I'm putting down here. I can't guarantee this is involved, but it's certainly a mighty convenient situation and would give a massive supply of blood at a consistent pace for such an endeavor as C9 consumption. Thankfully, I never donated my blood because I don't trust someone who pulls up in a van to suck up my red juices, but I do know people who would. And insofar as I know, none of them have ever asked where the blood actually went, nor why these trucks showed up at the schools, nor was it ever even really explained why these trucks were coming to schools. I don't even know if the teachers actually know. I'm sure there's some example of, oh, it goes to hospitals or blood banks, but yeah, try proving that. And this is one possible way in which I might suggest that the young blood phenomena.
Like, dude, it is weird that high schools be doing blood drives all the time. What's the Red Cross doing with all that blood? Huh? What is the Red Cross up to? What are they doing with it all? Who's it going to?
Could be supplied from the general public to a specific group in order to sustain their lives. Do I know if this is true? Who knows? But I do find it an intriguing possibility. It's also worth noting that all your subjects then would be 18 or less, and therefore you're getting healthier.
Bro, that's literally my high school. Wait.
General public to a specific group in order to sustain their lives. Do I know if this is true? Who knows? But I do find it an intriguing possibility. It's also worth noting that all your subjects then would be.
What year does that say? 2004? Or 2014? Probably 2014. The fuck? Yo, I gave blood in this gym, bro.
Then would
literally
be 18 or less, and therefore you're getting help.
What the fuck?
In the general public to a specific.
Yeah, dude, that's my gym. The fuck?
Group in order to sustain.
I was literally just thinking about when I gave blood in this gym. That is so funny, dude.
Their lives. Do I know if this is true? Who knows? But I do find it an intriguing possibility. It's also worth noting that all your subjects then would be 18 or less, and therefore you're getting healthier blood, more plasma, better quality plasma, and all those sorts of things. Seems pretty convenient as we continue thinking about it. Also, everyone hates needles, so there'd be a spike of adrenaline during the suction process, which would therefore increase the amount of C9 in the blood. Who knows? Just a thought. I'm sure there's a quote-unquote scientist bot in the comments who gets mad at me. I also have another possibility of where this blood could be harvested from. We know that hundreds of thousands of people go missing in America every year. Not nearly all of them. In fact, it's slightly over half are found. The other half are not found within the same year, and many of these people are never found at all. We are also aware that many of these people that go missing are children, and I'm wanting
the Tremper blood drive
now to see if there's data.
That was definitely my school. That's funny.
Because I'm curious if there is a phenomena of where missing children often share the same blood type, and if that blood type is one of the universal donation types. Just curious. Once again, I'm not sure if this is true, it's just speculation, or if the data is even available to prove this, but I certainly do think it's worth a look, and if you have the info, please feel free to send it to me. And obviously the whole young blood phenomenon would have to be silenced, as that's a bad look and would cause a lot of questions to arise. And so you shouldn't be surprised then to learn that Ambrosia Health was shut down in 2019 after the FDA, practically speaking, prevented them from advertising and told everyone it was dangerous to do young blood transfusions. Seems funny to me though, considering that this is the same FDA that allows allows this kind of food to be sold to our children, but that's for another time. And disturbingly, the founder of Ambrosia Health, Jesse Karmazin, has ceased to exist, and in the strangest way possible, I might add. When the FDA de facto shut him and his company down, he started another company called Ivy Plasma, the website for which says my account is blocked, but I don't have an account, so that's just some random landing page, I believe. And so I tried finding out more information about Ivy Plasma elsewhere, but there really wasn't anything to my knowledge. Thus, I went to the next best thing, the man himself, Jesse, who, funny enough, has almost no information about him online. He was allegedly a doctor who graduated from Stanford, but I couldn't really tell you if that's true. And sure, he is on Stanford's website, but it's also using one of the only 2 or 3 photos of him on the entire internet. And Jesse also apparently stopped existing in 2019 after Ambrosia Health shut its doors, and I can only find one other official reference to him, that being on the Drexel University College of Medicine website. If you scroll down, they have listed a Jesse K, who supposedly went through a program at that school, but I doubt that because evidently the preeminent physician who founded a biotech startup fresh out of med school, generating millions of dollars in revenue, couldn't be asked to write his own blurb on his time at Drexel. Every AI checker says it's at least a majority AI generated text, with ratings as high as 99% AI generated. So there's no confirmation this guy has done anything in the past nearly decade, because they're still using the same old photos, and there's really no post about him I can find anywhere. His social media accounts have no posts either, and no followers, and it's clearly a front. I've seen dozens of these throughout my time making these videos. I don't know what's happened to Jesse, but it seems he was either in on it or has stepped on some toes, and that whole step must have hurt because evidently somebody was very displeased that he let slip the secret sauce. And this is what I think is the actual reason for the FDA coming in and shutting down his startup, or like I said, he's a spook. Who knows? But nonetheless, his work inspired the likes of Alkahest, another young blood startup that paired with a manufacturer named Grifols, which has isolated certain parts of the blood for collection and injection into customers. They are, as far as I can tell, still operating and have also conducted their own trials. But we need to stop there. The globalist obsession with blood can be traced into the likes of Brian Johnson and his downright disturbing and disgusting family situation. Along with his father and his son, the 3 are sharing blood up the food chain to lengthen their lives. This child, for the record, was 17 when his blood began being taken by his father from him. And yes, this is another creepy tech billionaire doing
Dude, no offense, but Brian Johnson looks old. He doesn't look young. He looks like an old person trying to be young. He doesn't even look good.
Bizarre things. And yes, he does post creepy shirtless photos with his minor son with matching painted nails to Instagram as they caress each other bare-chested in matching pants. And Brian does in fact spend at least $2 million a year on this whole anti-aging process of his. He isn't alone, however. Peter.
Yo, bro, stop. They're doing a swastika with their arms. What the shit, bro? Straight up. Look, they're doing a swastika. Icky, dude. Icky. I hate this.
Thiel, the definition
Dude, this is so weird. Yuck.
of a deplorable individual, has a penchant for the extraction and injection of youthful blood. Ironically, he's another tech billionaire, obviously, but it's also funny that his company actually acquired the one that the other guy we spoke about named Brian Johnson had started. Needless to say, it would appear that those who have the most to fear when death knocks are the ones most ardently pursuing a way to avoid its repercussions.
Yeah, Peter.
I could continue, and we could even dive into something known as the Young Blood Institute, but I think you get the point. All these people are of the same ilk. And
bro, that picture was Brian Johnson and his kid, dude. Not only NAMBLA, but it's incest NAMBLA.
A lust for eternal youth and are seeking it in the blood of youths. Therefore, we have a pretty clear argument that's been made that blood is of value and at play. But to really tie it home, we are going to have to peep beyond the curtain and take a ride to the land beyond. Okay, so I just found another connection to a historical figure that also had this blood obsession that we're seeing these guys have now. Her name was Elizabeth Bathory of Exed, however you say that word.
Yeah, she took baths in blood.
If you had to guess what the lady Bathory likes to do, it was to take baths in human blood, specifically that of young maidens and girls.
Dude, I don't know where I started doing that, but I think it's just a tick. It's a stem. Making every word goofy.
Many of whom tried to get work at the castle home she lived at.
But it almost sometimes you got to be careful. Sometimes you do it willy-nilly and then you go, whoa. That was close.
I can't even make this up. She is the most prolific serial killer in history at this rate, with something like 650 to 8 or 9.
Barack Obama. Oh, it's probably from like China. Obama. But then you just start adding it to everything.
100 separate girls that she took the lives of. Supposedly, it's not known for certain if she was drinking the blood, but I'm gonna presume she probably was. At least at some point, she accidentally swallowed some. If you're taking,
I think it's fun to make the English language as dumb as possible. Probably also talking to my cats and then it coming into my real life.
Baz for any amount of time in human blood, and on top of that,
Yeah, I almost accidentally said a bad one this morning. Or earlier, at the beginning of stream. Talking about nog. Eggnog. He did it with the nog.
if you had to guess why she was doing it, she thought it had some ethereal purpose, and she thought it made her look younger, despite still dying at the age of 54, supposedly.
Loser!
But, yeah, apparently just the more you know, the deeper this whole thing goes. It is wild what is out there. Next, I want you to look no further than Tim Ballard, the former special agent for the Department of Homeland Security. He spent over a decade working and still works via his organization, Operation Underground Railroad, to save trafficked children. And in the movie Sound of Freedom, he is played by Jim Caviezel, an actor known for some major roles, including his role as Jesus Christ in The Passion of the Christ and The Count of Monte Cristo. He went on the record as stating that he knows children were being trafficked and tortured for the sake of
Oh, you want me to do more cat videos on IG? Okay, I will.
harvesting C9. Here's the clip for you.
Especially our country, because they're pulling kids out of the darkest recesses of hell right now, in dumbs and all kinds of places. The children, look, where we're at right now, hopefully we need your prayers. Essentially, you have adrenaline in your body. I'll just simplify it. And when you are scared, you produce adrenaline. If you're an athlete, you get in the fourth quarter, you have adrenaline that comes out of you. If a child knows he's going to die, his body will secrete this adrenaline. And they have a lot of terms that they use. It's the worst horror I've ever seen. Is screaming alone, even if I never, ever saw it.
He's watching it? What?
It's beyond, and these people that do it, there'll be no mercy for them. A lot of people that are involved in it all over the world that are in this. And many of these people are very famous.
This statement was made during a...
Oh, dude, cat videos are for sure a psyop. There's nothing for me on TikTok anymore. It's just cat videos. They wanna fucking they wanna make me docile. They just throw cat videos at me all day. I never see any new any shit that I actually want to talk about or anything. Just keep throwing fucking cat videos at me. Dead animal videos. You know, people's pets passing away. But yeah, I'll do some kitty cat content.
Promotional interview he was doing in 2021 for the film aforementioned. Caviezel expressed his thoughts on the matter and the information he knew once more on Steve Bannon's show, discussing how it's an elite drug that has been used for years. He stated that it's 10 times more potent than heroin and has mystical qualities in terms of making you look younger. The last pitch to be setting off bars, though, as we discussed the studies and the startups and the tech bro lizards, all following this young blood youthfulness idea. But wait for this. Caviezel states that the term used by consumers of C9 in these high-level circles is ambrosia. And what was the name of that startup earlier doing young blood injections founded by the guy who doesn't seem to really exist? Oh yeah, ambrosia. Tim Ballard himself, the man for whom the film Sound of Freedom is based off of, weighed in on the topic of C9 on a Jordan Benzo Peterson interview, admitting that it's real and proving it with accounts of African witch doctors engaging in the process. He hints at his knowledge of something more as well. The man who actually knows what's going on in these rings and has seen it firsthand and has stopped it and has saved children. I'm gonna trust him more than the people at Snopes who are trying to tell me this is all fake. And seriously, is it hard to imagine the government, via the media, which has created fake reasons to go to war with other countries, wouldn't be able to hide something like this or wouldn't try to? These nefarious acts are done right in front of us people all the time. You just gotta look. And now to really reel it home, obviously I don't possess at this moment a video of Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump drinking a pint of child blood, so I unfortunately cannot say that they do for certain, irrespective of what I might suspect.
We know
However,
they do, come
there
on.
are some other things in my possession, as well as the testimonies of others, that speak volumes as to the prevalence of these matters. Mainstream media would like to obfuscate it, however it cannot be denied that human sacrifice is rampant in Africa. It is a full-fledged part of the worship of a number of cultures over there. Tim Ballard mentioned this in his interview, and I wanted to see what I could find, and needless to say I was horrified. There's a scientific journal done by an eminent researcher in this field that combines his own work with that of dozens of others, and it covers the scope of ritual child homicide in Africa. It's linked below if you want to read it yourself, but on screen now is a graph from the paper. This specific graph shows the most prized parts of the human body for these child sacrifice rituals, and unsurprisingly, blood is high in most lists for most countries across the continent. And as is also not very surprising, considering what we were
It is interesting the stories that Coop chooses to cover.
discussing and dealing with. The genitals also rank first in almost all of these places as the most prized part of the body. Several of these countries also have blood drinking ceremonies, so it's not all that surprising. And there, for you, is a very real world, very current, and very disturbing example as what we have been discussing is at play today. Furthermore, due to the disturbed nature of our society, and a rant I don't have time for now, there is the fact
This guy's eyes freak me out.
factory slaughter of children that's been going on for decades, which is horrifying in and of itself. But what most are unaware of is that baby parts are actually currently being used in your daily life. This is a rant for another time, but I'm going to touch on it briefly. But for the women watching this, the 19.1% of you, don't worry, I see you guys. There's a high probability an ingredient in your skin routine was derived from a baby's ding dong. The list is uncertain, but very often fibroblasts and other additives that are supposed to be good for rejuvenating your skin are actually taken from the foreskins of children. In China, it's actually taken from the foreskins of inmates. Just a fun fact for you. There is more though.
Yo!
Like when you read the natural flavors and the ingredient list, how that actually came to be, but that's for another time. If I get into that, you might actually see me start breaking down and tearing up as I contemplate the third of my generation that will never get a chance to exist. If you know, you know. But for those who have TikTok attention spans and need to see this on a video, here's one for you.
Talk about this facial that you're obsessed with. That how many did you get the whole cast of Ocean's 8 to do
Not
this?
everybody.
Okay, good, smart ones.
Just those that I thought would appreciate it.
Okay, explain what it is.
Well, it's this way in which one forces through microneedling. It's like a little roller with these. Some of you, I think many of you know it. And it pushes through the skin and ruptures the collagen, and then boosts it. You look like a burn victim for a day, but then it pushes.
What are you pushing into the skin, Sandra?
Sarah?
Carrie? What are you pushing into the skin?
Well, you push in whatever the facialist would like to insert into your pores.
But what is it?
It is an extraction from a piece of skin that came from a young person far, far away, and they somehow figured out how to extract.
It's foreskin from a Korean baby.
Far, far away.
That's what it is. Who comes up with this?
I don't think.
I want my foreskin back. Yeah, give me the TC Tugger. Or no, fuck. What's the thing? What's the thing from John Wilson? The TC Tugger's from I Think You Should Leave.
I don't think.
What's the foreskin puller called?
It's not like I'm lying there with little pieces all over my face. It's like,
who thinks of collecting it and having it for? We'll do something with this
and
someday.
why didn't we come up with that?
Right.
Yeah, and so we call it I call it the penis facial, and I think when you see how good it is to your face, you too will run to your local facialist and say, "Give me the penis." Give me the penis.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to say.
I'm never going to say that.
How about you just maybe make it smaller?
No, I don't even understand why that is a thing that you'd put that into your skin. Why do you want that? You know what's going to happen? Penises are going to start growing out of
The sorts of things, that being the consumption and usage of child body parts and human body parts, are actually happening all around us, whether or not we want to admit that. And I also do suspect that, as referenced earlier, one of the major reasons why C9 has been so covered up.
Stop with the kitty cat.
Is because Big Pharma has an incentive to push this whole thing under the rug and quash the story as well, because what these three men, intimately familiar with schizophrenia and schizophrenics, uncovered is completely groundbreaking. It's logical. It makes sense even to the non-scientists like myself when I read their papers. And the solution to schizophrenia, the cure, is relatively cheap, and you could basically do it for everyone pretty quickly. Digressing, there are also high-ranking government officials who would be in the know of such things, and if they are real. Take, for instance, the testimony of Robert Steele.
These children are not just kidnapped and in some cases bred by families as a cash crop. We have people in the United States of America that breed children in order to sell them. And when they are sold, they come without birth certificates, which means it's easier to kill them and have no one ask where they are. We're also importing children by the plane load. Again, children who have no documentation. It's not just child slavery or child abuse. It's also child torture, because you have adrenalized blood. You have the whole blood drinking ceremony of the satanic world. It's also the use of children for harvesting body organs. We'll have the Falun Gong testimony tomorrow.
A lot mentioned there is really for future episodes, but it seems important because too many people with too many close connections to these industries and to the government are stating that this C9 thing is real and know that it's being taken and harvested. People have also noticed that Pixar movies, which are first and foremost for kids, also contain an Easter egg entitled A113, which is meant to be a funny Easter egg reference to the classroom where the original animators came from or something like that. At least that's true at face value, but if you were to look up A113 followed by the word substance or compound, C9 is the first thing that comes up. I'm not messing with you. You can give it a try yourself. There's also these very specific Pixar film, Monsters Inc., which is all about scaring children and collecting a red substance in airtight containers, but hey, whatever. That being said, this is where we've reached the point of the bridge where things get really rickety, and I imagine us standing over a pool of crocodiles right now. If you take another step, it might break and fall right down. And that's what happens to so many people who discuss this theory. There are so many real things about this, and so much actual proof it's happening. It's crazy. But people like to take that last step and then go, and Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump or Joe Biden is currently drinking it. And then you lose so many people because you cannot prove that. At least not yet. No matter what you suspect, no matter what I suspect, we don't want to sacrifice what we know to be fact and what we can prove for what is speculation. And here is where you can get into a whole sort of things. There are entire documents and dossiers I've seen created to...
You know who Biden looks like? He looks like that guy from one of the Hannibal movies that's burned alive. You know, he's like the bad guy that feeds the dudes to the hogs, and then he gets fed to the hogs. That's kind of what Biden looks like. He looks like he was melted. Yeah, this guy. Right? Doesn't that look like Biden? Kind of. Pretty much. Yeah, I mean, basically. Dude, that's Joe. That's fucking Joe, dude. Or no, he didn't get burned alive. Hannibal ate his face. Anyway.
And cover this story up and make it look fake. They're like landmines. For instance, the CYM papers, which came out in 2020. If you're unfamiliar, it's a dossier, a list of these papers that were released in a couple of videos where it shows a corporation discussing the names of inmates and employees and locations where cyanide is being harvested. In reality, this could be actual true information, as in there are
I can see the family resemblance.
where it's being harvested, but unfortunately, if you were to really look into it, the addresses are fake, the names listed are convenient, and it was dropped right before the 2020 election, and lists Trump Tower as the address for the headquarters of the cyanide harvesting operation. So in essence, my thoughts can be boiled down to this. I know that cyanide is real. I do believe it's being harvested from young individuals. I do believe that there is an obsession with blood among the PDF file class. I cannot, however, based on the lack of facts to go on, do any more than speculate that the politicians and celebrities are actually taking this. I do believe they are, but I don't have the proof yet. The only thing I have that comes close to it is this video.
Remember when Chrissy Teigen was like, would you eat a baby if the baby allowed you to eat it?
I don't even think I can show. I'll show a second of it, but the whole thing is on Patreon you can join it for free and see it there. I just can't post it here.
South Korea reports seizing thousands of smuggled drug capsules containing an unusual added ingredient, the powdered flesh from dead babies. Some people believe they can cure disease.
What?
The Korea Customs Service says they were made in northeastern China from babies whose bodies were chopped into small pieces and dried on stoves before being turned into powder.
What?
But they wouldn't say where they believe the babies came from or exactly who made the capsules, citing possible diplomatic friction with Beijing. The contents, though, were identified by scientific testing.
When we analysed it, the powdered material sequence is better than a 99.7% match with a human DNA sequence.
That only proves, however, that the operation is real, not who is taking it. And I think when we start assuming who is taking it is when we run into the problems that make this whole thing seem like it's fake. So more so than any other, I request caution of you when looking into this one. Know that there is a minefield out there to try and dissuade you from believing in the reality of this. But if you, I believe, listen to this case that I presented today and do your own research, you're going to find that it's going on.
Do your own
pretty much undeniable that it's
research.
going on to some extent. Now, I look forward to, probably more so than any other video, seeing all the Reddit bot comments
Yeah,
on this
what the fuck? Come on, what is happening here?
one, because I think we've just now made the case for it.
They're frying dead babies, chopping them up.
I really appreciate you guys watching this video. This has been a wild, wild ride going down this, but it's one that I've been suggested many, many times. And that being said, I just want to say thank you very much, guys.
All right, anyway, Coop. Whatever you say, buddy. Dude, apparently this was after Zohran met Trump. The fuck? Boys, it's 8:22. Do you know where your children are? At the cosmic ripple dipple do do. Oh my gosh, take a look at this one. Oh, it's on sale. December sale. Sale till December 2nd, boys. 25% off. It's an organized piece pyramid, and it's got a copper tensor quartz and labradorite and lepidolite, and the hand is not frickin' included. Damn, dude, take a look at this. Oh, she nice. Fingers not included. Palm is not included either. Pretty pyramid. Boys, so much energy flowing through these. Orgonite is a powerful alchemical blend of resin, metal, and crystals that generates and bounces orgone energy, also known as prana, chi, or life force energy. Resin compresses the crystals and metal, amplifying their piezoelectric properties, while copper coils act as a conductor to focus and radiate the energy field. Hell yeah, boys. Thank you for your support. At the cosmic ripple dipple do 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 dee 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 dee. All right, let's watch this Zohran Mamdani fucking Adam Friedland video. Let's find this CIA cuck, South African, just like Elon Musk, lizard humping Zionist loser. Let's catch him in a lie.
What is what is?
I gotta 10-1 first. I'll be right back.
What is it like? Like you go to the White House, right? You take a selfie on a plane.
Yeah.
When did he see Trump? Was this yesterday or 2 days ago?
No caption. That is like Drake vibes a little bit.
Hit the emoji though.
You hit the emoji.
Come on. You know where I was going.
On the plane? What do you think? Like, what's the game plan there?
Honestly, I knocked out on the plane.
I mean, you looked a little bit like. That was the joke on the internet. You look a little bit like you took you hit nothing.
You can say it.
You look a little bit like you hit the edible before the flight.
Why would you say that?
It was 30 minutes. I'm sorry, Mr. May. I don't. Why would you say that? I don't know. Hello and welcome to a very special episode of the Adam Friedland Show. I'm Adam Friedland. Because this is such a special episode, we've decided to release this episode to the public 2 days early. Additionally, we've got to give the boys some time off for Thanksgiving. I'm such a good guy, wow. Also, we don't want to leave our members and patrons hanging. So starting next week, we will be commencing a weekly members-only stream, State of the TAFs. Is that what the name is?
Sure.
Okay, it's called State of the TAFs. Where we will be taking, but it's the Adam Friedland Show, so State of the TAFs.
Sounds good.
State of TAFs.
What's the problem? State of the
State of the TAFs.
State of the
State of the Adam Friedland Show. Okay, well, let's stick with State of the TAFs. Okay, so starting next week, we will be commencing with a weekly members-only stream. It's called State of the Mild, and looked at him and said, if you can figure out how to do that, Zach, I'll give you $1 million fucking dollars. I'd like to take a break from speaking with the mayor to tell you about Roe. This is all when you to mental health about it. We just talked about ro.co/safety info. Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor-elect New York City, Zohran Mamdani, everyone. Elect. Congratulations.
How you doing, man? How you doing?
How you doing?
Good.
Fake ass accent. Yeah, Zohran had a South African accent like 3 years ago. I don't care if I'm exaggerating.
I'm a democratic socialist. I actually created a playlist for Mira, who also happens to be my mother. You know, nepotism and hard work goes a long way. We need our internet because we have all of our kids staying at home doing remote learning, and if you don't have internet, you can't be taught, you can't learn. I was supposed to assist the
Who is this cuck, bro?
music supervisor, but I ended up picking all the songs for the film. City Hall is engulfed in corruption. A mayor could change this, and that's why I'm running.
Apparently, you are a rapper too.
I happen to be a rapper. I am a rapper proper.
Proper.
It's funny, like when I met you, we just talked about sports. I wasted your time like 4 days before an election.
I thought it was great.
I know. We talked about all of our collective pain.
Yeah.
The game's on right now. The North London Derby's on right now.
3-0, baby.
You said you've been too busy. You've been too busy running for mayor to watch the games this year. And now you're making me too busy to watch.
But like, we'll get an update if it's 4.
Oh shit. This is unprofessional.
I thought
I gotta. Someone text me. Oh shit. You need to see this. Oh no, guys.
Hi Zohran, how you doing? Ian right here.
What?
I just want to say a massive congratulations on what you've achieved. The real work now starts now, but God willing, you can achieve everything that you have set out to achieve.
You're
gonna need some of that.
How did you do this?
Winning energy that you've got.
Yeah, he's a chameleon, dude.
My friend, and get behind the boys. It's a long way to go.
I'm gonna cry.
You just have to stay calm.
What up, Tanya?
Back Mikkel and all the boys. Up the Gunners, baby. Take it easy and God bless, my friend.
I just got a text.
Do this?
My boy.
Eyes around, how you doing?
I'm just gonna watch it again.
Yeah, just watch it.
I just want to say a massive congratulations.
I love this man.
You've achieved.
He's the best guy of all time.
Have you seen the video where he is reunited with his teacher?
Mr. Pigeon. I thought you was dead.
I thought you were dead.
We have, okay, here's the problem, guys. I don't want to expose you, but it's crazy. I mean, right. Okay.
What a man.
How did I do that? I really bothered.
And you actually, and I thought there was something wrong.
I know. Yeah. Mr. President.
I didn't know where you were going.
No, it's not a, no.
How did you do that?
I knew that it was going to be.
I love him.
I love him so much. He's the best guy of all time.
It's
you know his
Sora
background story?
AI.
He was like working in a factory, and then he tried again. He's like, I'm going to try one more time. And then he.
Oh, it's a soccer coach?
He went to Crystal Palace. He got
These are like the stories I would read when I was 17 and on the B team of a travel team in New York City.
What did you play? What position did you play?
I played
Bronx Science?
I played up top.
Up top?
Yeah.
You were 9?
I think I was 23.
Okay, but you were a striker.
Yes. It had no relation to the number on the back of my jersey.
We have like a lot of our brain is occupied by the most useless information related to this soccer.
Every day I wake up, I think about Sebastian Squillaci.
Oh my God.
Pascal Sigan.
I think about
Marwan Shamak.
Yeah, I caught you like I'd be a little bit of a politician because I said that
These feds are boring me, dude.
Ospina was giving me nightmares, and you're like Jackson Heights is in the balance. I need
yeah, it's like, can you lay off my Columbia goalkeeper for a moment?
No one cares. No one cares. We're embarrassing ourselves. Okay.
Soccer's not a thing, dog.
Okay. Well, you grew up in the Upper West Side.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bro, he has a South African accent less than 10 years ago.
New York City kid.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Where did you grow up?
Well, we both lived a little bit as kids in Cape Town. Yeah.
You lived in Cape Town?
Yeah. Where'd you live?
What?
Observatory?
I lived.
Adam Friedland lived in South Africa too. What the fuck is going on, dude?
In Oranjezegt.
That's where my mom grew up.
From 96 to 99.
That's my mother grew up in Oranjezegt. Yeah. Both my parents are from Cape Town. And then I was born in LA. My dad was on a list of some sort.
You gotta give me more than that.
My dad and mom both went to university in London.
Okay.
We're Jews from Cape Town.
Okay.
And then
Shout
and
outs.
then they met in South Africa. They met at home in Cape Town. They kept getting set up on blind dates, and she was like, "This fucking guy again." And then somehow he wore it down, and then they got married, and then he got a letter that he was being sent to Angola, to the Civil War, and so they left. They just
when did they
packed
leave?
up and
What
left.
year?
82.
Wow.
So I was born in LA.
Okay. Have you been to
my
Cape-
dad was on an enemies list because of the apartheid regime,
Yeah.
and so I lived there when I was a kid, and then I was there back. My granny's from Sea Point. None of the grannies left, and actually,
Are they still there?
Granny's still there. 94. She just got a hip. You want to send her a video?
I mean,
Let's do it.
of course they made him get rid of the accent so that people would be comfortable voting for him. Yeah, he's a chameleon. But literally, who the fuck? That just shows that all he's thinking about is moving up the ladder and being a politician, which is like, should disqualify you because he's CIA.
Yeah. Congrats on the hip.
Congrats on the hip, Esther. Congrats on the hip. I promise.
CNN asked about his fucking accents. Really? Well, too little, too late.
I'm trying my best in life, and no, she's very proud of me. I told her I have the mayor coming on, and no. So yeah, Madiba actually he was like, when I was a kid, I used to write my essays like, who's your hero on Madiba, because like it connected me to my parents, because like it was like, you know, he's South African. Yeah. So but he went to our synagogue after he got out of jail and he was elected. And he was like, you got to tell your kids to come back because we need everyone to build a country. And like my parents' whole generation of Jews.
So why are you not following Madiba right now?
Because I had to talk to you. You know, and I got this studio. And it's a lot. It's a lot of work.
You know, last time I went back was in 2010.
2010
for the World Cup.
Steve fucking did the Jabalala. Was it obnoxious?
Boozilla.
Yeah. Could you not hear?
I hate this.
Hear anything?
In my room.
And you're like, come on, didn't you see the World Cup? Asamoah Gyan. Dude, it's like, I feel like, it's like represent. I met you. One thing that was like remarkable is like, we were talking about soccer and hip hop.
Yeah.
And I was like, we are losers. I was like,
this is 12 minutes into this.
But I was like, we're the same. Like
representation matters.
We're the same generation, right? Yeah. It dawned on me that my entire life, this is kind of feels like the first time that someone from my generation has ascended to leadership. I guess Mayor Pete did, but he was more of a suck up to the parents. You're more one of us, I think. I don't know, he couldn't laugh at that, or he could laugh at that. No, you're mad at me? She gets mad at me. She yells at me, Olivia. Can you tell her to take it easy? Anyway, give it up for Olivia, head of communication. Why is everyone so nervous? Okay.
That's Monica.
That's Amelia. Or Amelia, sorry.
That's Amelia.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Cut that. Okay. How are you? Yeah, you're mayoring people older than you. Are you getting unked?
Okay, can you explain to me, what does UNC stand for?
Uncle.
Someone told me it stood for uncool.
No.
It's uncle.
It's uncle.
All right.
You have old heads, unks, and OGs.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. You were unknown like a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, even my friends didn't know what it.
Yeah, right? And then he just came out of nowhere, resounding support. What? Who is this guy?
An assembly member was.
Yeah. I still don't know, and I don't want to know, in fact. I mean, you're perhaps one of the most famous people in America right now. I mean, it's weird. Is it weird?
Yeah.
How have you adjusted to that?
I think I try and spend as much time as possible with people I knew before.
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah. The day ones.
The mayor-elect.
Yeah.
And I think the nice thing about being an assembly member is I was still working in politics, but I was also walking around my neighborhood like anybody else.
Yeah.
I mean, I went to...
You went to the White House, okay?
I went to the White House. I was going to tell you I went to Duane Reade, but both of them are true.
Okay, let's start on the Duane Reade.
Okay, start on the Duane Reade.
Yeah.
We went in there, pick up some from the apartment.
Yeah.
This guy in front of us has a pack of condoms and breath mints, and he turns around and he goes, "Mr. Mayor." And he looks at my wife, he goes, "Mrs. Mayor."
Uh-huh.
And that's our experience now at Duane Reade.
Yeah, and
that's life in Astoria.
Oh, the condoms had.
I don't know.
He was like, "Mr. Mayor, I'm about to lose my virginity." Yeah.
He left it at that.
I would like you to know, I'm about to become a man.
He just gave the titles.
What does this last year feel like? And what has the adjustment been like? Like,
I mean, it's It's... to be honest with you, I haven't spent all that much time reflecting on it.
You should,
because it's so go.
You should just work a lot. Have you checked the Reddit?
You sound like the inner voice.
Is there a Zohran Mamdani Reddit?
I don't know. Is there?
Probably. Don't check it though.
No.
Yeah, just don't read the comments.
No, I always forget to put the extra /R when I'm like typing in the URL. So I don't even.
What is what is it like? Like you go to the White House, right? You take a selfie on a plane.
Yeah.
No caption. That is like Drake vibes a little bit.
Hit the emoji though.
You hit the emoji.
Come on. You know where I was
going. On the plane? What do you think? What's the game plan there?
Honestly, I knocked out on the plane.
You slept.
Slept.
It's a 30-minute flight. I mean, you looked a little bit like. That was the joke on the internet. I don't know if I can make these jokes. You look a little bit like you took you hit nothing.
You can say it.
You look a little bit like you hit the edible before the flight.
Why would you say that?
It was 30 minutes. I'm sorry, Mr. May. I don't.
Why would you say that?
I don't know. I apologize. You walk in did he gave you a tour of the White House?
He gave me a tour of.
What was the weirdest thing he showed you?
The Oval Office and the Cabinet Room.
This is the flight. This is the picture. It is true. It does look like he hit the edible or the pen. Bro be posting too much. Oh wait, did I play my Zohran video?
Mossad agent went and kissed the ring the other day. Look at this. Our socialist mayor, who's not even mayor yet, went to the fucking White House, guys. Look, guys, Zohran's so real. He's not even mayor yet, and he's already pulled the progressive ladder up behind him. He said, Mamdani says, now is not the time for progressives to primary challenge against Jeffries. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What kind of progressive DSA socialist, would be like...
He took a blinker.
Hey guys, I did it. I made it to the mountaintop. We can all do it, except for anyone else who's like me. That's no more progressives, guys. Come on. Just me. The Democrats don't like it when there's too many of us. Let's play fair with the Democrats so we can keep getting our endorsements from AOCIA and fucking the Zionist Bernie Sanders. New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, who's from South Africa and had a South African accent up until like 3 years ago, said on Wednesday, dismissed New York City Council member Chi Ase's primary challenge against House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who is a fucking AIPAC puppet. He said, right now is not the time to be engaging in that type of primary. I'm saying the focus should be right here on New York City. I respect the work that council member Ase has done on the council, and they should stay right where the fuck they are. Stay put, buddy. It's only me up here. I already pulled the ladder up. It's funny, the Democratic Socialist, Ase, definitely endorsed Mamdani's mayoral election campaign, but can't be reciprocated. Rep AOCIA also disagreed with Ase's challenging Jeffries and told Axios on Monday that she did not think a primary challenge to the leader is a good thing right now. Jeffries, in welcoming the challenge, told reporters on Monday that Ase should come in, the water's warm. AIPAC is ready to send their sharks to eat you alive. Don't worry, though. AOC and Mamdani, they work for AIPAC. They're a bunch of Zionist cucks, too. They just pretend like they're not. So don't come in here because we're going to eat you alive, Ase, and Mamdani will, too. Do you think a real democratic socialist, a real socialist of any fucking ilk would go to the White House when Trump beckons you? No, you say, fuck you, Trump. I'm not coming. That's what a real person would say. But remember, he is a...
Curtis Sliwa would have said, fuck you, Trump. Suck me. Suck me from my butt. That's what he would have said. He would have said, come get toxoplasmosis, bitch.
A Nepo baby who had a South African accent 3 years ago, who as a grown adult changes their accent. Only spies and Zionists. Same thing. That's redundant. He's a fucking lizard Zionist. He's 2 days away from going, I think Israel has a right to defend itself, because he does think that. Did you guys see that?
Owned. We got him, boys. What's up, Lori?
What's that?
He had to have shown you something, one thing weird.
I mean, he showed me the portraits of all the presidents in the cabinet room.
Yeah, he saved the FDR for you.
The FDR was beautiful.
It was really nice.
And we talked about FDR for a little bit. And honestly, you don't have the LaGuardia record if you don't have FDR.
Yeah.
But we talked about that. I walked in. First you get there, and it's just you alone, and there are two people like guiding you through to get to the Oval Office. And they're like,
oh, who's the guy with the hair? CatDad.
They want you to see this room and that room. And then I sit down waiting for the time of the meeting. And in front of me are like all these different coffee table books. And one of them is UFC at the White House.
Oh, why does my thumbnail have 33? Well, because there's still a 33 in the number. And because when I was making the thumbnail, I was on the phone with my grandma and I couldn't take a new picture. So I just left it. It's from the last one. I do that sometimes if I'm running out of time. Sorry. But because the Freemasons are always on the mind.
Oh yeah, he's bringing it there, right?
I had no idea, but I was
in the roads
flipping through that.
Yeah. And so you saw like guys fighting each other?
No, it was just
what was it? UFC? It was
visualization.
Of
like what the
the octagon is.
Yeah, it's gonna look like.
Yeah. Are you gonna go?
No.
Are you? Can I ask you a question? Like, how did you not laugh?
When the 135?
How did you keep the face during the press conference?
Oh,
because we were all dying, and I'm like, my boy Zohran was like just straight face. He said, "Just tell him yes." Yeah. How did you keep that face?
Honestly, I was just thinking about New York City.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the whole time I was trying to think about the difference between if you have a White House that is working towards an affordability agenda or one that's making it harder to live in the city.
Yeah.
That's kind of what kept.
Do you feel like as if
Dude, no offense, Zohran's so boring. I mean, plenty of offense. Zohran is so boring. He's so boring. He sucks, dude. God, everybody got goofed by a boner head. He fucking sucks, dude. He's so milquetoast. He sucks. What is this shit? This is some Obama reboot shit, bro. I'm so sick of sequels.
The president sees your popularity, you know? He loves the ratings. Ton of reporters. He sees it. He's, I think, handsome. I think he thought handsome. Did you ever, eyes up here, Mr. President? You were elected because you were trusted on your policies for affordability. Do you think he's maybe a little bit trying to like swagger Jack a little bit?
You know, I actually think there are a lot of places of disagreement with the president. I think one of the things that was remarkable to me is I told him that, you know, our campaign started on October 23rd of last year, but the moment when a lot of people, or not a lot of people, some people started paying attention was after he won the presidency. We did the video on Fordham Road, Hillside Avenue. Yeah. We talked to Trump voters and we asked them why they voted for him. And it just went back to cost of living and it went back to cheaper groceries. Yeah. And that was a lot of our campaign.
And he liked that it was 1 in 10, right? That's like he liked.
1 in 10.
He liked.
And there was, I mean, did you see the guy who has the MAGA from Mamdani hat?
Yeah, yeah.
And then he did the.
How'd that feel?
The MAGA from Mamdani?
Kind of badass.
It was wild. I remember I was going to step on, I sound like such a postulist, everything is we. I was going to step on the stage at Forest Hills where we were doing our rally.
Did you think it was a prank?
Well, I had a member of the NYPD pulled me aside and they're like, I just want you to know that there is a man in your line of sight with a red MAGA hat. We checked and he's actually sincerely here for the rally.
Oh, nice. So you really had to bring it. You had to do a Trump-style rally for him. You had to really do YMCA. You know, this guy's accustomed to some wild rallies. This guy's accustomed to a stadium full of.
Yeah, it was just me and El Bisgard Church.
Yeah, he kind of still seems like he's high, downer sedated. Oh yeah, Adam Friedland has a perpetual sinus infection.
From MTV Lebanon.
Did you expect him to like you as much as he did?
I was trying to prepare for a lot of different situations.
I know. It's like when you're on that plane taking that selfie. I mean, that could have gone in any direction. I mean, like, did that feel best case scenario, or like, were you like?
I mean, honestly felt like the most productive meeting we could have had.
Yeah.
I mean, a meeting where we talked about ULURP, we talked about, groceries, Con Ed, rent, childcare. That feels like the best meeting you could have.
Yeah. Were Eric or Donald Jr. there?
No. It was.
Did you worry that like to see that was maybe difficult for them?
No, I wasn't thinking about that.
Maybe it's like the hang has just been so bad. This cool guy came, and he's like, now I have to go back to these guys. Did he say, can you sleep over? Is he come up to New York and see you?
He didn't ask me that.
Oh man. I mean, it was one of the most surreal things we've ever seen as Americans.
Robin Van Persie against Charlton, baby.
What's the score?
3-1.
What? Fuck. Who scored?
Richarlison from halfway line.
Oh,
What?
did he do the pigeon from halfway line?
Nah, dude, he was being weird about it.
He scored from the halfway line?
Yeah, he chipped Ryan.
Why? It was off his line?
73rd.
What
They call it the halfway line. It's not half court. I guess it's not a court. Half field.
74th minute.
What time is it?
102.
Okay.
Did you watch the 4-4 Arsenal Newcastle?
Yeah, we talked about it, dude. It was the worst day of my life. This is an interesting moment for us because we have like an opportunity to have like a snapshot of you after an historic election and prior to the assumption of one of the most powerful positions in America.
Co-host of the show.
Co-host of the Adam Friedland Show.
Yeah.
What made you run for mayor? Like, what made you decide to run for mayor?
I think
I was assigned this mission by the CIA.
one of the things was that I was very frustrated with the fact that Eric Adams, who was at that point running for re-election, was making it more expensive to live in New York City in clear ways that he had direct control over, and then pretending like he was just a bystander. He would write a letter in support of Con Ed when they wanted to increase gas and electric by more than $60 a month. He would raise the rent more than 12%. He would increase the water bill. He would.
But like the conditions for you, I mean,
for me,
you're like, this is the time I'm gonna run for mayor.
I think the thinking was that I wanted to make a case specific about cost of living.
Yeah.
Dude, he's not real.
And there were a lot of people who looked at kind of the swing of our politics and thought that the only way to beat someone heading towards
He's just prepared. He's like prepared for everything else that he's been on.
towards the right is to head towards the right yourself.
And you
Yeah, I was one of the luckier finders cult kids. Exactly, dude.
felt like you were gonna win?
I felt like I had a 3% chance of winning.
Yeah.
And that's probably giving me an extra
Kinda
2
crazy.
points.
Was there someone that you spoke to who said don't run?
Oh, tons.
Tons. Did your girl say that?
No, my wife.
Your wife.
Oh, you gotta.
I mean, she's still your girl. She's always gonna be your girl. Your wife, she said run?
She was down for it.
So
that was the
you're
final
allowed,
decision
you're
that
allowed,
we had.
You're allowed, yeah. Is she mad at you for working so much?
No,
she gets
she's
on
lovely.
you? She is a little bit.
She what?
Is she a little bit? She gets, no, but it's annoying for her a little bit.
She's my-
she lets
she's
you
my
work
heart.
so much? Mine
This is all
does.
permission given.
Mine doesn't.
No, but I think, to be honest with you, it's to meet someone in one stage of your life.
Yeah.
And then to have your life and their life
Zoran's got too many rings. What's going on with all these
transform.
rings? Yeah. He's got 3 rings on.
What it also.
Who are these loyalties all to?
So just.
Look. 1, 2, 3. What are these 2? I gotta know. That's some Freemason shit, probably.
It's like the level of love and support it takes from someone.
Yeah.
I mean, I would not be able to do this without.
Dude, Zoran's so boring.
She gets mad at you for working too much.
That's not what I said.
I feel like I looked into your eyes. I see a fellow brother. What was the moment you knew you'd win?
For the primary?
No, the primary and the general, I suppose.
You got 2 questions. You know, there isn't like a single moment.
Yeah.
There is, the funny thing to me is that in both of
What about when they announced it?
the elections, from 6 to 9 p.m., I thought I was going to lose of election day.
Because there was like bad like exit polling?
In the general, there was a rumor at around 6 o'clock that there were 2 major news networks that had bad exit polls and that showed Cuomo with an advantage.
He started that rumor?
Who knows, man? He, I mean, definitely worked. Ruined my night. Ruined my night. Primary, I remember Kevin Elkins.
How did you fall for that?
I'm such a mark over this stuff. Kevin Elkins, who was working on Cuomo's campaign, put out a tweet like, I guess the most important thing is that everybody had fun. And I was like, oh man, this means they know they're gonna win. And he's saying that to us.
He's in a room full of 4 guys as the election night party. You're in a stadium. You're in a stadium in front of a Dory fan. I think you should have looked around.
Yeah, but never. I mean, this is like, you know, being an Arsenal fan.
It's the hope that kills you.
It's never done until.
That meant so much to me. I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know what I mean? You cannot count it.
It's a reminder that you're going to die one day. It's like you think that once anytime you think something good's going to happen, it just goes away.
You have to hold.
I think it's made us better people, though.
Yeah, I mean, we've had to deal with disappointment for decades.
I think if we were like Real Madrid fans, we'd be like cheating on our taxes. We'd be like, I'm gonna live forever. We have affairs, multiple families.
Create a retractable room.
Just for us, we're like, it's gonna all go away. So I have to like take advantage of the time I have. It means nothing to these people. Okay.
Wait, what's the?
4-1 as a hat trick.
Let's fucking go. Sorry for cursing. 4-1.
Sorry to me.
Wow. Hey guys, we want to thank Lou. Morning, I'm giving you aura pictures from the drive the car out, share for no price. That's a holiday time of all is offering the mayor money as max and relax.
This is the longest ad ever, bro.
Money all for news story. Your first year, that's 50% off your first year at monarch.com, code TAFS. This has become a national news story, right? And it's a crappy time. You've made a lot of people feel like inspired. Municipal politics is obviously messy, right?
Yeah.
What balance in your team that you're building right now do you have between the guys that know just like the mud, you know, and then the guys that have the vision?
I think it's looking to combine that in everybody, and I think it's tough because sometimes the more fluency and experience you have in government, the less imagination you have as to what government can be, because you've had to deal with its failures for decades.
You've been in the cigar rooms,
And I think we've made a few appointments so far. The first appointment to me, Dean Foulahan, who's the first deputy mayor. I appointed him, and El Bisgard Church is my chief of staff. El is somebody I've known since I've been in office. So I hired her as my chief of staff when I was in the assembly.
Oh my
she's been with you
from the jump, and she's incredible. And Dean is somebody who'd been in government for 47 years. And he'd worked as a first deputy mayor before, he'd worked as the head of the budget before, he worked in Albany. And the thing that I love about him is that he's worked through all of that. And still, his orientation is, how do we make a no into a how when it comes to any political problem? And that's, a lot of people lose that the longer they work in government.
Do you remember the night Obama won? Like, do you remember how what it felt like? We're like, America is different now.
Yeah, we know about Project Monarch.
You feel like, to me, the first generational talent that's come out of the progressive side of politics. But what we saw was he wasn't prepared, that popularity didn't translate to legislative success. Did you take any notes from that? Did you learn from that? I mean, I'm trying to draw a parallel here.
No, I think the thing, the next challenge now is fulfilling the agenda. Right? This excitement, inspiration, this hope, it will carry us through the beginning of the work, and then you have to start to deliver on the work. And I think that is actually what makes me excited, is that I actually see a path.
Free trains, bitch.
On each of the 3 key agenda points. And every time you win one of them, it validates people for believing. Because there are a lot of people who they don't know if they should give themselves permission to hope again because of how many times they've been disappointed. And you have to prove that they were right to believe. You have to give them, if we've spent an entire campaign talking about freezing the rent for rent stabilized tenants, fast and free buses, universal childcare, the urgency of starting to deliver on that, it's what makes people understand that they were right to demand more.
But is there a balance that you have to strike? Do you have to, like, those people that believe in you, do you feel like there's a necessity to kind of inoculate them? To understand, it's not
I love when fucking libs get into office and then they're like, dude, when conservatives get into office, they're like, gut education, fire everyone, put in fucking Nabisco, the heir to Nabisco, and the heir to all oil, shit, cartels. And then these fucking pussies come in and they're like, let's keep Jessica Tisch as the police commissioner. She's doing great. Let's get a bunch of old fucks who were part of all the corruption from the 80s. Let's get them in here and get them involved. Like, what is wrong with these people? They're so fake, it's hilarious.
Be overnight, right?
Yeah, and I think that's...
He would have won in Portland, too. Your mayor's boring. Oh, my God. Get these boring mayors the fuck out of here. As a mayor, you're supposed to be weird. Like, dude, come on. This Barack Obama bullshit following up Eric Adams when we could have had Curtis Sliwa is really pissing me the fuck off. Dude, this is worse than Obama. Obama at least could get a rousing speech going. This fucking guy is boring, dude. Excuse me.
That you have to be honest about a timeline, and that, I'm not going to tell anyone in the first 100 days we're achieving these 3 things.
Yeah.
But they have to be able to...
Dude, why are sheeple so boring or crazy about him? His speaking is boring. I know, dude, and he really doesn't... Because he made a fake rap about fucking halal food? That shit was trash. Mamdani is trash. He's a fake person. They got goofed. I don't know. It's because this is what libs do. Dude, I'm telling you, no one heard about this motherfucker until like 6 months before the primary. Not a single soul. No one has ever heard of this guy, and instantly out of the gate, people are like, oh. Dude, I heard about this guy from a Hassan stream. Hassan was instantly glazing him. It was the first time I heard about him. They probably ran him because, like, 2 years ago, we were joking about running for mayor. I was saying I was going to run for mayor because of Eric Adams did something. I forget. But I like to think that Zohran Mamdani is a direct response to block us from becoming mayor because the CIA was worried that we were for real. I mean, I would have if it wasn't gonna, if it wasn't so freaking boring, right? Dude, can you imagine? Ugh. No, I'm just kidding.
See that you are working towards it, and that you can actually deliver it while you're the mayor. And that's, like, I've been a legislator, and
for
the legislature,
6 months.
It's an incredible place for where you can craft bill ideas, vote on them, debate on them. So much of whether or not they succeed has to do with whether the executive wants...
Bro, these fucking idiots put this mic the wrong way. The mic's... It's like pressing against Zohran's shirt instead of being a little bit off of it. What's going on here, boys?
To implement them.
Yeah.
You can pass it through both houses, and if you have a... when I first came into Albany, Cuomo was the governor.
Yeah.
And you knew that the implementation of the law, it could be completely different than what you intended. And now I will be the executive.
Yeah, you remember the CatDad for mayor times? Dude, that was fun. 11-minute warning.
New York City. Yeah. And that's also what gives me so much hope, is that you have the ability to follow through on so much of this. And we've been told again and again what politicians can't do. It's really what they won't do.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm here on the Adam Friedland Show.
Yeah, thank you. There are plenty of ways they can fuck with you, right? Right? Like, and it's not only City Hall, it's like, but it's, Albany, it's DC, and it's like, it's you going out to see the president, like, showing face and showing abs, maybe. I don't know what you did. I don't know what you did in that room. Oh, yeah. What are there contingencies in place? Are you prepared for the fight? Because they're going to try to fuck with you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be ready for it.
You know it's the worst job that you have.
I don't think it's the worst job.
Why are you doing this?
Because you get to represent New York City.
No, it's the worst job. You get booed everywhere you go.
I mean, I used to get booed anyway.
I saw De Blasio get booed at a Paul Simon concert.
No.
And it was like
Did
an
you really?
NPR parent family, and they're like, oh, fuck yourself. I was like, what? It's the mayor. He has to get booed. I mean, no, really, what it is.
I mean, but like, that's also what I love about, like, to be a New Yorker, you're going to hear a lot of people's opinions. Like, I went to a Wu-Tang concert a few months ago.
You got booed?
Well, most of the reception is like, great, people are like cheering, waving, they want photos, and this one guy's like, yo, come take a photo with me. I'm like, yeah, what's up, dog? And as soon as we take the photo, he pulls out.
You got booed?
Well, most of the reception is like, great, people are like cheering, waving, they want photos, and this one guy's like, yo, come take a photo with me. I'm like, yeah, what's up, dog?
Oh.
I went to a Wu-Tang concert a few months ago.
You got booed?
Well, most of the reception is like, great, people are like cheering, waving, they want photos, and this one guy's like, yo, come take a photo with me. I'm like, yeah, what's up, dog? And as soon as we take the photo, he pulls out the selfie, and then he just flips me off in the selfie.
I miss Curtis Sliwa. Exactly. That's what I've been saying.
That's funny.
And I'm like, respect.
Funny.
Like,
he's doing a bit though. Yeah, he likes you. I do that to my friends all the time.
Yeah.
No, it's not that. It's what it is that it's a slog. I mean,
it is definitely a slog.
You have to do it your way, I assume.
I think a big part of it is you have to.
Dude, Curtis Sliwa would have sent his army of cats to attack Jessica Tish.
You have to keep
awesome.
yourself through it all. And you have to balance between the demands.
Says the guy who changed his accent as a grown-ass man, dude. What the fuck?
Of what the city will require from you and how you don't lose yourself in the process of it.
Yeah.
When I started in local politics, the first organization that I joined was the Muslim Democratic Club of New York. And one of the founders, her name is Alia Latif, she gave me this advice of, whatever you do, make sure you can recognize yourself in the mirror at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I think that's a big part of how I'm thinking about this, that work as hard as I can and do so to fulfill the vision we've had, not to comport yourself for a box that's been created.
I met Lena Khan, she was on the show.
She's great.
Real quick, just 4-minute warning.
4-minute warning. And
can we get a score update?
4-1. It's domination.
It's domination.
I don't know what else to call it, man.
Did you ever watch the Fox Soccer Channel commercials?
No.
They used to have the EPO.
Yeah.
It'd just be like long commercials of Drogba.
Dude, they had literally 30 minutes with him, and all they did was talk about soccer.
This descriptions. They say, planet of a man.
That's
Didier Drogba.
That's the nightmares we have. You know,
the nightmare I have is Didier Drogba bullying the defense.
Dude, this is the fucking lame. Like, this is no different than Trump. This is still just fucking brain rot. It's just lib brain rot instead of fucking conservative brain rot. Oh, what the fuck is this?
Us cry.
Michael Essien's goal.
I guess when I met Lena Khan, she was on the show, and like she's perhaps one of the most impressive people I've ever met. And when I heard she was part of the transition team, I was like, oh, he's got it. I mean, I asked her if she's ever lied, and she said, well, maybe in elementary school. And I think that was true. I think it was true
I don't know. I don't think so.
What was really effective was that she communicated antitrust laws in like this complex stuff in a very clear and concise way.
Yeah.
And sometimes progressives feel like snobs when they're talking to people.
I remember, when I was running for state assembly, we put together our first palm card.
Yeah.
And I thought it was absolutely fire.
Yeah.
And I remember giving it to a friend of mine, Kara McCurdy, who is a great photographer. And she read it, and she was like, what do these words mean?
Yeah, the whole shtick is to just try, like, dude, it's like they're trying to divert so hard that he's a normal guy that I'm like, he's not a normal guy. He can't even really act normal. This might pass for lizards, but, like, this doesn't pass for normies. I mean, it shouldn't, dude, but it does. I don't know. I think people are just so fucking... They want to grasp to any ounce of hope they see, dude. And it sucks. They know this. That's why they give us these fucking rodents. These low-hanging fucking CIA vibey ass bitches. This dude had a different accent like 6 years ago. That's weird, dude. Sorry. Weird. He was a grown-ass adult, and he said, you know what? I'm actively going to change the way I talk so that people don't question me. What? Make it part of your story, weirdo. What, you think everyone's going to be like, oh, he's a fucking jihadist because he has a South African accent? What? More likely people would be like, what's going on? Oh, you grew up in South Africa? Interesting. Now it's like, why are you hiding it, buddy? Do we got to look into your family harder? Was your dad maybe one of those types of guys that actually was like infiltrating the groups that he claimed he was a part of? Just wondering. Just want to know.
Yeah. Because so much of the time it feels like we're just speaking to ourselves.
I mean, I think that's one thing that is going to be important is like just communicating not above people's heads.
Just actually speaking with them.
With people.
And I think that's the point is to bring people in to politics. Yeah. Not to condescend.
Yeah, no, it does pass for normies. They don't question things. That's what, like, dude, that fucking, like, what did he say at the Wu-Tang show? He's like, yo, what up, SA? Or whatever the fuck he said. Like, yeah, normies would be like, oh, he's so cool. To me, I'm like, dude, that didn't happen. This guy's fucking making this up. And also, that was weird.
Send to them as to why they're not already there. Yeah. And it's also just much easier being yourself.
Yeah.
When you're speaking to people and
dude, the worst part is he's never, like, honestly, maybe he'll do free buses, I don't know, but like that's not like a massive part of the rides in the city. I mean, maybe it is a big thing, but I doubt it's going to be everywhere. And if he does, that'll be the only thing he does. And really, he's doing it because the conversation should be about the whole fucking subway being free.
Old, you think?
No, the video's almost over. I think it is. I do want to see this because I like picking this shit apart and also proving that we're right. We're going to watch something not shitty in a minute.
Your face?
Brother.
But yeah, this interview sucks, dude. This is a big old stinker.
See them always, yeah. You're going bald already?
What do you mean already? I've been going bald.
What are you doing for it?
I worry.
He's just a normal guy, dude. He just works too hard.
No,
Did you do anything? Did you do like minoxidil?
We could go to Turkey.
Yeah, I honestly, Red Camel, I don't think there's going to be a single fucking free bus. No.
I'll get I go rhinoplasty, you go hair. Oh, you can't go.
Why do you need?
Yeah.
You look great.
Adam, we got to wrap.
Okay, last question. When I saw Lena,
1 minute warning.
Lena, she said one thing that stuck with me.
Yeah.
And I said, like, the most powerful companies in the world, the most powerful people in the world, like, are pissed at you. She had like hundreds of op-eds in newspapers. No one knew what the fuck the FTC was, and her response to me was very impressive. It was like, she said, like, I said, did you ever clap back or anything? She looked like confused, and she was like, no, I just have to, like, I don't know, like, win the lawsuit.
Let the work speak for itself.
If you're getting pummeled in the press, like, how are you gonna keep your horse blinders on and just focus on the agenda? You know?
I think you have to both be responsive, but I think she's right. There's two things she said about that experience that have really stayed with me. The first is that you always have to remember that the opinions that you're hearing, that especially from the wealthy and the powerful, they will always be amplified in a way that working people's are not.
Yeah.
And if you remember that context, you take that seriously, and you also don't think of it as surrounds.
Happy 9/11, thank God, a little reprieve, right? Never forget, boys, spark it up, bonger time. We got about 1 minute left of this. We just got a big old reward. We can do this, boys.
sound and the way that it feels.
Yeah.
And part of that means getting out of the office, getting actually into New York City,
Yeah.
speaking to people, asking them
Happy
what they're
9/11.
thinking about, what they're worried about. And then the other thing is that every time you win in your agenda, it proves that people are right to believe in that agenda in the first place.
Yeah.
And you have to both be able to respond to this and never let it distract you from the work that you're supposed to be doing. Because if she wins that lawsuit, then that's the proof. And if we deliver on this agenda, that's the proof. And I mean, Bernie talks about the thing that people are afraid of is that the power of example.
Yeah.
That's what people are fearing. Not that we won't get it done, but that we will.
Can you get him on, can you text him? Get him on the show.
I don't have my phone
Yeah,
on.
fuck off,
You have his number?
Alvardo. I didn't
You
forget.
you
Never
should-
forgetting.
Oh shit! I got. No, I got a text. Oh shit!
Not gonna give me the second time.
Shit.
Just in right again.
Yes, Zohran. How
No!
I don't know if you and this and the Tash, but
Hold on.
Look how handsome.
I gotta go from the beginning.
Look how handsome he is.
together. Yes, Zohran. How are you?
We
my
gotta go
friend?
Betsy's
I
now.
don't know if you recognize me with this badge and this hair and the Tash,
cute.
but
We love
Adam
it.
told me that you guys were gonna watch the
He's so
derby
stylish.
together.
We're not. You know,
I
you
don't know
made
if
me
you're
miss
watching
the
this video
derby.
before, after, or at halftime, but I'm sure that we're winning somehow. Also,
I
wanted to
DM'd
say,
everyone
I
on
always have this
Instagram.
theory that being an Arsenal fan is heavily linked with being a fucking cool person. That my theory is really truly standing right now.
Dude,
mate, huge congratulations.
It's like when
Very proud.
Aiden Ross gave Trump a Tesla.
It's
this is
amazing
what
what you do. Even here in Spain, we feel the energy of what's happened.
love
it's
this
truly
guy.
needed.
I love him so much.
This is another soccer person, dude. This sucks.
Your what,
He was
New York
rapping.
City needs right now, what the world needs right now, and man, just sending you lots of love and respect from
El Fardo. Oh, Bardo, you got fucking owned, dude.
here from Spain, from a big Arsenal fan and former Arsenal player to a massive Arsenal fan as well, to you, Adam, as well. Sending you lots of love, big hug,
Dude, this was an embarrassing interview.
and hope
Stavi is always going to be superior.
to see you guys
Oh
soon.
my God.
Enjoy the game. Yes, Zora.
I'll send these to you.
Oh my God.
I'll text these to you.
That is.
Adam Friedland wants to be like Stephen Colbert or something.
I DM'd
have
everyone.
watched-
I DM'd everyone. He's our era too.
He's our era. He's a style icon. He's incredible.
Vegan. Yeah. I can't believe I did that. I feel like Oprah right now. You got a car. I'll text this to you.
Hector, I love you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what the fuck? Is Adam Friedland getting paid to fucking... Is he getting paid by FIFA? What is this? I heard he texted him back and asked for a dick pic. Oh, man. Anyway, you want to watch some Y-Files? That's usually fun.
Y-Files is brought to you by PDS Debt. Imagine
This is about psychic soldiers, I believe. The 1st Earth Battalion. Earth's strangest military experiment. Sure. Oh, Stavi said creepy stuff about children, unfortunately. What did he say? Where'd you find it?
an army that uses music instead of bullets, that drinks herbal tea and meditates between combat patrols, that studies Aikido and carries baby lamb.
We're never allowed to win, boys. We stay losing.
Into conflict zones. In 1979, the U.S. Army launched Project Jedi, a program to build an army of psychic soldiers. They were called the 1st Earth Battalion. The program was shut down, officially.
Was that
but
real?
the soldiers are still serving, and the techniques they developed are still being used. The only thing that changed is the name.
Possum, that seems a little too on the spot for the way he looks. Too spot on for the way he looks. Really? It's that bad? What the fuck has he said? It's hard to listen to because it was during the really edgy jokes on Cumtown. The way he responds is suspicious. Okay, I'll seek it separately. Lame.
There you are. I have 17 missed calls from you.
Oh, well, yeah. Look, I need to borrow the company card. It's kind of an emergency.
No.
You didn't even ask what it's for.
It doesn't matter. Every time you say it's an emergency, something catches fire or involves the FBI.
Oh, that was only one time. All right, a few times. But this is different. It's a business expense, so I need a business card.
You don't have a business.
For your information, FedEx is thriving.
FedEx? Need with back in. Don't
it me.
El Fardo.
It's 0900 hours at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. At the Special Warfare Center, soldiers run urban combat drills.
What up, Nikki?
Paratroopers practice jumps. And at Building 41156, another unit runs a different kind of drill. They're trying to kill goats with their minds. Guy Savelli stares at specimens.
Oh, wait. Mamdani's mom was married to Mitch Epstein for 8 years before she met his dad? What the fuck? Is that for real? There was a Mitch Epstein? Uh-oh.
17, a 2-year-old brown and white goat. The room is silent because the goats are silent. Their vocal cords were removed to keep them quiet during these experiments. For 20 minutes, Savelli stares. Then the goat's ears start to twitch. Its eyes roll back. It falls over. A military veterinarian checks the animal. Its heart stopped. The experiment worked. These are the men who stare at goats.
Yeah!
And if you saw the movie with George Clooney...
Yeah, Clooney movie, dude.
It wasn't fiction. It was a real U.S. Army program called the 1st Earth Battalion.
Ew, have any men tried staring at cats?
Stop it.
Yo, fuck you, Hecklefish. How dare you?
The unit was created by Lieutenant Colonel Jim Shannon, a decorated Vietnam veteran with one of the most unusual records in military history. Shannon spent 319 days in combat. He led search and destroy operations in Vietnam. His unit was part of the 173rd Airborne Brigade, one of the first major Army units deployed to Vietnam in 1965. They operated in the Iron Triangle, one of the war's deadliest zones. The 173rd suffered massive casualties. In 1967, during Operation Junction City, the brigade took over 400 casualties in a single month. But Shannon lost only one soldier, and he was killed by a sniper on his...
Yeah, after this stream, Nikki, I'm going to be taking off till next month, till the following Monday stream. Okay? I'm going to have some freaking fam time and decompress a little. We'll come back hungry, you know? We'll have a lot to talk about. But yeah, I'm not going away. Don't worry. We're just taking a little break. But you can always go back. There's a whole playlist of every episode that's still allowed to be on the internet. There's some good ones.
His first day. For the next 317 days, his platoon suffered 0 casualties, and they never killed a single innocent civilian. On one patrol deep in enemy territory, Shannon's men froze. They didn't make a sound or signal each other. They just stopped. 30 seconds later, a large group of North Vietnamese soldiers walked past them, 20 feet away, and the enemy never knew the platoon was there. When Shannon returned from Vietnam in 1979, he knew soldiers needed better tools, not bigger guns, better minds. He spent months writing...
Yeah, I know it is a long time, and I feel bad taking it, but I also know that I probably should. I don't think I've had this much of a break. since we started. So I think it'll be good. We'll all miss each other a little more. We'll come back hard.
The 1st Earth Battalion Field Manual, a guide.
No, I know I shouldn't feel bad, but you know. But yeah, it'll be a nice break. Just a little bit. Not very long. Thanks, homies. Yeah, no. It's just like the little mouse in your brain that's telling you that, but I'm more saying that to myself. You know? Yeah, I'll still fuck around on TikTok and stuff. I'll be there.
Detail his operations and techniques. It contained things like herbal supplements, mindfulness, music used in combat. Soldiers were supposed to hug every day to exchange energy. Shannon's guide read more like hippie New Age philosophy than military tactics.
Yeah, I know. I do have very loyal watchers. I appreciate y'all.
But the U.S. Army took Shannon's ideas seriously. They had to. His combat record proved they were. So instead of dismissing Shannon's techniques, the Army began using them. Jim Shannon believed he had a special kind of intuition that saved his platoon in Vietnam, and he wanted to teach that skill to the entire U.S. Army. And all those techniques are outlined in the 1st Earth Battalion Field Manual. And this might sound made up, but it's a real document, and you can read it right now. It's been declassified and archived online. Shannon wrote it at Fort Leavenworth in 1979. He taught future generals from 11 nations while he developed his vision for warfare's future. The manual was a self-help book for creating warrior monks. Soldiers would receive ginseng regulators, natural supplements for night vision, and divining rods for locating hidden enemies. For hand-to-hand combat, pressure points from Tai Chi. And these weren't just to disable enemies, but to heal wounded allies. Shiatsu massage for combat first aid. Hypnotherapy for weapons effectiveness. The manual also covered hygiene and affection. A specific hand soap cost $7,600 a gallon. Shannon claimed it had mystical capabilities that could alter time. Then there was the warrior hug. Soldiers were expected to hug each other 3 times a day to exchange energy.
Did he look into the benefits of a little friendly towel snapping?
Dude, zesty ass army boys.
I don't think so. Even the uniform was unique. Biodegradable materials that wouldn't harm the environment. Built-in solar panels for charging equipment. And color-changing fabric that adapts to surroundings. There are embedded health sensors to monitor vital signs in real time. And Shannon described all this in 1979. Smart fabrics, wearable health.
I love going into a comment section on TikTok and seeing other people beat me to adding CatDad. Yeah, I love that too. Prioritize yourself. I heard you say sometimes you don't want to do streams, and that was kind of sad. We'd still be here if you took time. No, you know, I mean, like, it's just sometimes you just have like a kind of weird day or whatever. And honestly, I brought it up because I was saying that I used to feel that a little earlier, you know, a while ago. But now I just know that, like, once I start, because, you know, beforehand, you're like, I get done working and then I kind of chill for a little bit and I'm like, oh, I don't want to get off the couch. But that's how I used to feel more. And I brought it up because I was like, now I just know that if once I sit in the chair and turn on my stupid light, that we have fun. But yeah, but I do also think, you know, this does expel quite a bit of energy. So I know that no matter what, just like taking a little break, I think we'll feel a little refreshed. Maybe I'll think of something new to do or something, and it'll be good no matter what. But yeah. Thanks for letting me have some time off. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I know that you guys are cool if I need to take a break. But I'm not ready to take a break. Like, for real. Just a tiny little one. And just logistically, like, I don't want to bring shit to my mom's house and then not, you know. But yeah, it's going to be sweet. I'm excited for the run. My family's doing it with me. I was saying earlier, before everyone was in here. My sisters, my mom, my aunt. It's going to be cool. And then we're all going to make freaking dinner together. It's going to be sick. My grandma said she wants to teach me how to make her potato salad, but I have the recipe. I asked her for it years ago and I make it all the time. But I'll let her teach me again. Gotta learn from the pros. Anyway. But yeah, no, I fucking love streaming. I love hanging out with you guys. But just like anything, I think it is important to like take some breaky poos. I think I'm gonna go to I might go to the yoga studio that's at home. But I might just do that once or twice. And I'm looking forward to, because I've been doing 2-a-days for the last like 6 weeks, if not a little bit longer at this point. And the last couple days, I've honestly been starting to feel like a little sore. My little sciatic nerve bullshit is kind of acting up more than normal, and my right butt cheek is like, I don't know if I pulled a muscle or what, but it's just like sore as fuck. So I was like, and I was like, I think maybe I should take it easy the day before the run and stuff and not go so hard, because 2 days are pretty hard. But I love doing it. But then this morning, I didn't set my alarm last night. I could have sworn I did. So I woke up 5 minutes after my first class started, and I was like, because I was thinking the other day, I was like, maybe I should just do like 1 a day for the 3 days before the run and take it a little easy. But so I think that I think that was me taking the cue instead, or like my body being like, no. I know you won't do this willingly, so I'm going to make you miss this class. And I'm like, okay, we'll do 1 a day until the run, and then I'll do 1 a day while I'm there. And then we'll come back strong as fuck. We'll come back to the 2-a-day routine and hit it even harder. Let the body heal a little bit. We'll let the brain heal a little bit from Donald. Everything is computer. And so, honestly, sometimes the stream does take up quite a bit of chunk of my free time, right? So like, and I've said this before, that I do miss like being able to do longer deep dive things and stuff. So like, even just having a couple days off, I'm excited to like put some energy into something else for a couple days, and maybe think about some way we can, I don't know, another avenue to experiment with, or I don't know, whatever. But yeah, breaks are good for everything. So I'm looking forward to my kinda sorta yoga break. It's not really, because I'm still planning on trying to do yoga every day. And no matter what, I'll do my practice alone if I don't go to the studio, even if it's just for like 30 minutes or whatever. But yeah, I think it'll be nice to let my freaking leg heal a little bit. It's not hurt, it's just, I think it's just like, you know, I feel like maybe I'm expending like 1% extra energy every day, and it's kind of slowly built up to where my freaking nerve thing is acting up. So I'm going to let it heal for a couple days. It's going to be sick. Maybe during the run, I'll jostle it loose. Yeah, anyway.
Adaptive
Yeah, no,
camouflage.
I love streaming. I'm not sad about streaming, so don't worry about me, guys. Don't worry, this will end when I'm ready for it to end.
technology that wouldn't exist for another 30 years. Now, the unit's command center wouldn't be a sterile room with maps and radios. It would be a cerebral environment with breathing exercises, relaxation music, and isolation tanks. Commanders would float in darkness to achieve expanded consciousness for better decision-making.
It sounds like a tech startup. Did they have beanbag chairs and kombucha on tap, too?
Actually, yes. Shannon taught something
Speaking
very
of-
similar to modern biohacking.
I knew it! Zuckerberg is a warrior monk! A lizard warrior monk.
One of the crazy things when you do these live Q&As is some of them are very silly. So we got one. Mark, are the allegations true that you are secretly a lizard? I'm gonna have to go with no on that. I am not a lizard. But keep the high quality comments coming in.
I was human. I am
There were
human.
lots of food recommendations. No more turkey loaf sea rations. Instead, they ate algae-based protein bars, dehydrated vegetable cubes, and fasting protocols were designed to enhance mental clarity. Then there was psychotronics, the use of sound frequencies to affect the mental states of the enemy. In November 1979, Shannon presented the 1st Earth Battalion Manual at the Task Force Delta Conference. Military leaders from multiple commands attended. And when they heard Shannon's ideas, they didn't laugh. They took notes. One general specifically was fascinated, General Max Thurman, future commander of the 1989 invasion of Panama, and considered one of the Army's most brilliant strategic minds. After the presentation, Thurman pulled Shannon aside with an offer: build and lead the 1st Battalion. Not on paper, not in class, in combat. General Max Thurman saw the potential in Shannon's manual, and he wanted him to lead the new unit into battle. Shannon said no. He felt the 1st Earth Battalion was more powerful as a concept than as a literal fighting force. He believed the 1st Battalion should fight.
Yeah, Thanksgiving is a cuck-ass holiday, but in case I don't get back on here, everyone have a happy Turkey Day. Love you all. Yeah, it is a cuck-ass holiday, but it is nice to spend time with your family, and you can make, Dude, I'm going to be ranting and raving the whole time. Not too much, because I don't want to go to fucking Florida, but... We're going to morph it into... Thanksgiving Day is now Truth-Giving Day. We're going to tell everyone about the real history of the world. And how there was a global ancient civilization that these fucking assholes just took everything from, or whatever. Who the fuck knows? But the buildings are telling a story, guys. Tell your family. Like, you can't argue with the architecture, bro. These idiots. Horse and buggy. Come on. Come on. With what? 3,000 people? Each of these towns had 1,400 people, and they build the state capitals? Shut up. Anyway, what am I talking about?
For the planet, not just for the United States.
But yeah, we'll see you, Nikki, if you don't come back.
He wanted troops to carry loudspeakers into hostile territory to play indigenous music and words of peace. He wanted soldiers to bring baby lambs into combat zones as living symbols of nonviolence.
Hold on. The guy who murders goats says goats are symbols of nonviolence, huh?
I admit, I see the contradiction. Shannon even described a sparkly eye technique, a form of nonverbal influence to calm enemies through eye contact.
Yeah, sparkly eye technique. That's not a combat strategy. That's how I ended up with 3 ex-wives and guppy support payments up the wazoo.
So Shannon passed, but the Army didn't need him. They had his field manual. By 1980, Special Forces operators meditated before weapons drills and practiced Aikido in full combat gear. They studied ancient martial arts pressure points between live fire exercises. They implemented Shannon's nutrition strategies, intermittent fasting, optimized macronutrients, supplements for cognitive enhancement. In 1979, military nutritionists dismissed this as hippie nonsense. Now it's standard practice. At Fort Bragg, in a classified facility, Project Jedi tested whether human minds could be weaponized. The GOAT Lab was just the beginning. The program's biggest champion was Major General Albert Stubblebine III, West Point graduate, master's degree in chemical engineering, 32 years of military service. Stubblebine was commander of the U.S. Army Intelligence and Security Command, INSCOM. responsible for all Army intelligence operations around the world. 16,000 soldiers under his command, every spy, every analyst, every codebreaker. He stood in his office in the Pentagon. He stared at the wall across from his desk. He took a breath, focused his mind, and ran straight into the wall. He hit his head hard, again and again and again. Stubblebine believed he could walk through walls. He figured that atoms are mostly empty space, and if he could just get his own atoms to align with the wall's atoms, he would slip right through. He practiced every day. He also tried to levitate, which probably didn't work either. Sometimes Stubblebine stood on his porch and stared at the sky. He tried to break clouds with his mind. A major general, he screamed mentally at cumulus clouds until they disappeared. This man commanded Army intelligence during the height of the Cold War. He's in the Military Intelligence Hall of Fame, and he was absolutely convinced that Jim Shannon's 1st Earth Battalion manual was a blueprint for the future of warfare. Under Stubblebine's command, the military's psychic programs escalated. He hosted spoon-bending parties. High-ranking officers were required to attend. They gathered in a room with silverware. They stared at the metal until it melted. Some of them swore it worked. He brought in psychic Uri Geller. Stubblebine wanted to know if Geller could telepathically erase computer disks, or even better, possibly trigger nuclear launch codes. And Stubblebine had believers everywhere, colonels, majors, intelligence officers. They'd all read the 1st Earth Battalion manual and they saw the possibility. Millions were invested in classified psychic warfare programs, driven by the fear that the Soviets were doing the same thing. And the Soviets were doing the same thing. Soviet research into psychotronics is well documented. The Cold War wasn't just missiles and tanks, it was minds. And whoever harnessed human consciousness first would have an unbeatable advantage. So Stubblebine gave the order. The psychic programs were going operational. General Stubblebine had turned the 1st Earth Battalion's concepts into operational projects. Now the military needed soldiers who could actually do the work. What started as Jim Shannon's one-man vision became a network of classified psychic programs. Scan8 became Gondola Wish. Gondola Wish became Grill Flame. Grill Flame evolved into Center Lane, then Sunstreak, then finally Stargate. Different names, same goal: weaponize human consciousness. The CIA recruited people with natural talent for remote viewing, gave them nothing but geographical coordinates, and asked them to describe what they saw thousands of miles away. Remote viewers described a massive Soviet submarine under construction before satellite imagery confirmed it actually existed. They sketched building layouts that later matched actual facilities. They provided details that went beyond chance. One remote viewer, codenamed Subject 372, was given coordinates, nothing else. He described a large building with a distinctive curved roof. He said it was near water. He drew a sketch that showed unusual architectural features. The target was a Soviet shipyard 4,000 miles away. His drawing matched satellite photos taken 3 days later. Same building, same curved roof, same unusual features. The CIA couldn't explain it, but they kept using it. Subject 372 was Pat Price, a former police commissioner from California who became one of the most gifted remote viewers in the program. He died under mysterious circumstances in 1975, but not before he proved he could see things that no one should be able to see.
I walked Bob Dylan on stage in 1975, sucker! Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you?
Ingo Swann, another legendary viewer, claimed he could see Jupiter's rings before NASA discovered them. Joe McMonagle spent years remote viewing Soviet facilities. His accuracy was so consistent, he received the Legion of Merit for his intelligence work. These were trained professionals with documented results. But in 1995, the CIA reviewed the entire program. They said that remote viewing had not been proven to work by a psychic mechanism, so they shut it down, allegedly. But the people didn't disappear. Major General Stubblebine retired and founded SciTech, a private remote viewing company. And other viewers also went into business offering their services to private clients. But the techniques from Shannon's manual, grounded in physics and psychology, were quietly absorbed into standard military training. And to nobody's surprise, these techniques worked.
What?
The CIA officially shut down its psychic spy programs in 1995, but the military didn't throw away Jim Shannon's manual. Walk into any U.S. Special Forces training facility today. You won't find soldiers staring at goats, and you won't see generals running into walls, but you will see other techniques from the First Earth Field Manual. Special operators practice controlled breathing before high-stress exercises. Navy SEALs use mindfulness techniques to maintain focus during operations. And Army Rangers train in heightened sensory perception and intuitive threat detection. Shannon provided the philosophy, the modern Army provided the budget. In the 90s, the Army released 2 documents, Force 21 and the Army After Next. These documents are almost identical to Shannon's manual. They just removed the hippie language. Neuroscience confirms what Shannon intuitively understood. The prefrontal cortex responds to meditation. The parasympathetic nervous system activates with controlled breathing. Pattern recognition improves with mindfulness training. These are techniques that you can try for yourself. They're easy to learn but hard to master. But once you master them, you'll see that they work. The non-lethal weapons survived too, and they got weird. In 1989, the Army tested Shannon's psychotronic sound weapons during Operation Just Cause. They surrounded Manuel Noriega's compound in Panama. They didn't shoot, they set up massive speakers and played Van Halen and The Clash at deafening volumes for 3 days straight. He surrendered.
Yeah, they played Van Halen?
Yep.
Yeah, come on, playing Panama in Panama, that's just lazy writing. If the U.S. military makes a K-pop playlist, they may conquer the world. That's my life.
In 1994, the Air Force Wright Laboratory proposed a halitosis bomb, a chemical weapon to give enemies severe bad breath.
I guess it's still better than the flatulence grenade.
Then came the gay bomb. They wanted to spray aphrodisiacs over enemy troops to make them sexually attracted to each other.
Bro, Trump should use that as an excuse. Oh, they hit me with the gay bomb. The CIA.
It's a real funded proposal.
Oh, did the gay bomb work?
I didn't ask and they didn't tell.
Okay, nice.
Other non-lethal technologies Shannon envisioned are now standard equipment. Sticky foam that immobilizes targets, calming techniques for crowd control, electronic vehicle stopping devices. Colonel John Alexander, a former member of the 1st Earth Battalion, became known as the father of non-lethal weaponry. And Shannon had a technique called omnidirectional thought, and today the Army calls it multi-domain operations. The idea is that soldiers have to perceive threats across land, air, sea, cyber, and space simultaneously. The warrior hug is also used.
Wait, dude. Do you know who this is? John fucking Hankey, boys. John Hankey did a Justice for Charlie Kirk video. Oh my god, I wish this wasn't an hour. Do you remember when John Hankey... Do you guys... How many... Does everyone remember John Hankey? John Hankey, that old guy? He made the cool documentaries about the Uvalde shooting and JFK, and most of his shit hit. And then he told me he was one of the first gaslighters about the Nazi shit. This fucking... He's a history guy. He's a history teacher. And he did a Justice for This is bait for me. Fucking John Hankey. He told me I was crazy. He said, you should leave the Nazi shit alone. What a weird guy, right? Why'd that rile him up? Yeah, he's a secret Zionist. Israel killed Charlie Kirk? Dude, we do love a Hankey vid. Maybe if we speed it up to 2x.
Soldiers build emotional bonds through physical contact.
Oh, did they get hit with the gay bomb?
This video's almost over.
But this became the foundation for modern combat psychology. And units that emphasize...
Dude, okay, so me and John Hankey had like a fucking bromance that was going... you know, I feel like I had him on the show like 3 times or something. And one of the times I was telling him about my, I think it was like the second show. I was telling him about my theories about how Nazis run everything. And he got super weird and cagey. And then after the show, I was texting him, like, trying to explain what I was talking about. And I was like, we don't have to harp on this, but, like, you know, here's some of the evidence I found. And it's kind of like, you know, it made me fucking think this shit. You know, Paul and that kind of stuff. And Mr. Conspiracy Theory, John Hankey, wrote me some awful, he was like gaslighting me and being mean to me. He's like, I think this whole Nazi thing is stupid. You should give it up. Stop talking about it. I was like, who the fuck are you, dude?
Who the fuck are you? You flat, John Hankey.
And then he called me like a bonehead or something. And then I was like, are you fucking gaslighting me? Because I think that was around the time that I was like done with my friends too. I was like, everyone's being a fucking asshole about this. Who cares what I think? Why is everyone telling me to not think this? But yeah, so then we had a falling out. And then I think I accused him of being a Nazi, and he had some weird, like, I forget exactly. I think there's a couple... It's kind of early, I think, in the streams. But yeah, he was a fucking dickhead to me. But dude, I'm glad that I had the interaction, because again, that's one of those things where I was like, this guy has no stake in being a fucking dick to me other than I'm onto something. Like, I don't know this guy. He doesn't know me. He says some weird shit. Who fucking cares if I think Nazis run the world? Just be like, no, they don't. Or I don't think that. But he was like, give it up.
Team cohesion and emotional support, they show lower rates of PTSD. Modern counterinsurgency emphasizes winning hearts and minds. Special forces train in cultural sensitivity, language skills, and community engagement. It's warrior diplomacy.
No, we shouldn't watch John Hankey's thing. We should end on some John Levi and fucking fuck John Hankey.
All of these techniques come from Jim Shannon, so his vision wasn't wrong. In fact, it was way ahead of its time.
Yeah, and honestly, John's documentaries were good. I liked them. But I think his whole shtick is he's part of the thing where he's going to be like, it's all Jews. Instead of the real answer, it's all Nazis.
We looked at goat experiments, psychic spies, and the general who walked into walls. It's a strange story. It's a good one. But how much of it is true? Well, soldiers never learned to walk through walls, but it is true that General Stubblebine kept trying. And the goat lab stories, they happened, but they were mostly exaggerated. One of the goat starers, Guy Savelli, claimed he stopped the goat's heart with his mind, but he later admitted he was aiming for goat 16, but accidentally killed goat number 70.
Wait. This guy's supposed to be a trained psychic soldier, and he can't even hit the right goat? What'd he do, use Yahoo Maps?
No,
Human, I once tried to order a pizza and accidentally bought a timeshare. At least I can admit I was drinking on Ambien. What's his excuse?
And remote viewing, despite 16 years.
John Hankey was one of my first real betrayals, too. I was gutted by John Hankey doing that shit. And I think it was definitely before Dante and Nicole. Those cucks. Everyone wants to get a piece of this. Fuck them. How dare you, John Hankey, you cuck.
Of research, at least, and millions in funding, at least, the CIA said it never produced reliable results. They said it was just good guessing. Though, personally, I think Pat Price had a gift of something. Probably ESP. And Ingo Swann and Joe McMahon.
Don't be weird. Don't be weird. Stop. Be normal. Come on. No. Squeaks, you gotta say hi to your... Oh my god. Don't look at me like that. Hey. You gotta talk to... Oh my god, he's posturing. Ah! Squeaks! 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 Stop. Just be normal. Come on, say hi to your people. Ah! Okay. God, what a brat, dude. These cats literally do nothing for their supper. They don't perform. They don't cuddle. They aren't sweet. Squeaks just probably got done abusing his sister silently. He probably said, "If you make a fucking peep, I'm gonna hit you with a bar of soap in a sock." He's like, "Shut up."
Monocle.
Bully ass Big Brother vibes.
Also got a lot of things right. But the skeptics say that if you spend thousands of hours remote viewing, eventually you'll get some things right. But the failure of psychic programs doesn't mean the First Earth Battalion was worthless. In high-stress situations, the human mind is capable of far more than we realize. Shannon's Vietnam platoon proved that. His soldiers weren't psychic, they were just really well-trained. If you can develop a high sense of situational awareness, it looks like predicting the future when it's done right. And soldiers who can settle their minds during
He's licking his fur all straight because I ruffled it.
Combat can compartmentalize fear and make better decisions.
Oh, wait, Black Death, are you digging into fucking John Hankey? John Hankey guy had some interesting relatives. Maurice Hankey, 1st Baron Hankey. Is this, John Hankey lives in LA if that helps your, search. Did you guys hear that? Excuse me.
The First Earth Battalion's biggest mistake wasn't the ideas, it was the branding. If Shannon had called it Neurological Combat Optimization instead of Warrior Monks with ESP, the program might still be running under its original name. But here's what Jim Shannon got right. War doesn't have to be about maximum violence. Soldiers can be trained to operate with precision, awareness, and minimal collateral damage. They can use technology to achieve objectives without massive body counts. Today,
yeah, 3 out of 5 is pretty fair for that one. That wasn't my finest. I'll let you guys know when I think I have a 5, and then you guys can confirm.
That's not a conspiracy theory, that's a fact. Eventually, Jim Shannon retired to Hawaii, where he built an eco-friendly home. And in his final years, he tried to mobilize the military to plant trees and restore coral reefs. He founded Footprints for the Future. He taught communities how to live sustainably. The man who wrote a manual about warrior monks fighting for the planet had become exactly that. Not as a soldier anymore, as an environmentalist. And Shannon passed away in 2017, but he never got to see Special Forces operators use his techniques or non-lethal weapons become standard. Maybe that's the real tragedy. Not that his psychic experiments failed, but that his core message got lost in the noise. Soldiers should be aware, but also compassionate. War should be a last resort, not a first response. Imagine what the human race could achieve if we spent our energy solving actual problems.
That's what I'm saying.
Climate, disease, hunger. We have the resources. We just keep using them to build.
It's so weird. We just keep choosing to do everything but that stuff. Fucking, it's so odd. It's almost intentional feeling, but it can't be.
Better weapons. Shannon understood that 40 years ago and knew that we can do better, that we can be better. Colonel Jim Shannon didn't want us to get better at killing, he wanted us to get better at living. He literally wrote the book on peace. So how many people have to die before we start listening? Thank you so much for hanging out today. I'm AJ. There's Cyclefish.
Yeah, I'm looking for some cats to steal.
Here, wait, let's just watch 2 seconds of this, but we're gonna watch
How
John
do we
Levi.
know Israel killed Charlie Kirk? I got 99 reasons, and this bitch is number 1.
And the worst part is that John Hankey's videos are fire normally. We'll watch this when we get back. I'll keep it up on the docket. We're not gonna watch it tonight, though.
Israel had something to do with Charlie Kirk's horrific murder. This is insane.
When Charlie was first killed, it was common to...
John had some good-ass docs about JFK Jr. too.
Hear good people say stuff like,
Netanyahu had to come out and start screaming at the top of his lungs, I didn't kill him. Not because...
Okay, anyway, I don't care. Love you, John Hankey. Sorry you're a lizard person. John Levi, here we go, boys. We'll probably wrap up after this.
I want to make a
We are Charlie Kirk. Dibba-dibba-doo, and we are Charlie Kirk.
video. The neighbor is
Tastes so good. Won't make Erica Kirk cry. Erica Kirk can't fucking cry.
mowing his alfalfa. I hope to grow alfalfa one day and have some cattle to feed it to. I love the old ways. I was always inspired by the people of the past. A lot of these stories I realized were BS, such as building skyscrapers a couple thousand years ago, like we see in Bologna. But when it comes to the log cabins and milking cows, I think that's legit. This goes back to the Bible. In my last few videos, we looked at destruction of the old world, and in this video I want to look at what remains and pay our respects to the great minds of the old world. Thank you for being here this week. I love you all. God bless and welcome. So everybody loves
Red
the
Camel,
old...
are you saying it sucks that John Hankey's funny? Yeah, John Hankey is funny. And I love his shitty animation style. It's really good, honestly. It's great. He does hilarious animations. But everybody wants to be my fucking enemy. I don't know why. I adored John Hankey. Y'all remember. I was very thrown off by his fucking weirdo text to me.
Old world. Even if they don't know what we know, what do we know? We know that it was impossible to build everything that we see beyond 200 years with absolute certainty, with the means that were supposedly available to the people in this time period. There was no mass communication, no mass shipping, and for a long time I wanted to prove this, and I believe that this has been accomplished in my last book, published with David. And really, I've seen zero rebuttal on content of the book. It's impossible to refute. It requires sitting down and crunching numbers, doing math, and I'm glad we took that year to present this case. I also feel free to just share what I need to now, without having to prove it in each and every video. But again, even if people don't know what they're looking at, they love it. They love the old world. All tourism, or the bulk of it, is based on the old world. Nobody goes and marvels at the modern cube-looking skyscrapers. We're unimpressed with the new world. Maybe we're impressed.
Oh, sorry, I read Red Camel underneath your post because they were both in caps. My bad. Fairy said it. Classic, right? Stealing lady jokes. Classic.
With how tall or how innovative, but nothing to really appreciate. Here I'm looking at a website with wall art prints. So these are just prints they sell people. And this is a great example. We see the contrast of the old world and the new behind it. And really the entire canal system built from the water up, old clocks on old buildings. We see some modern junk surrounding it. And America has done their best to erase as much as they can. But most of the nations of the world, I think through lack of funding, have preserved much of our history. And while checking out this website, I saw this area.
Yeah, dude, we're gonna end up watching John Levi's entire catalog because I just love hearing him talk.
View of Navy Pier in Chicago, and I thought, wow, this Navy Pier just stuffed away.
Can't wait to find out one day that he wants us to melt all homeless people or something weird.
On an island in the water. And this is one of my favorite
Yeah, Navy Pier is sick. We went there a bunch growing up because Kenosha's like an hour away from Chicago. But yeah, they had like a Shakespeare theater there. And it's an old ass fucking beautiful building that I didn't know anything about back in the day. But now I'm like, yeah, Navy Pier, definitely Tartarian or whatever.
Topics, the artificial land. Sometimes you get history on the buildings and it's very poor, but what about the land? We see the statue.
Yeah, I love John Levi pace too, and I'm glad that we started going down to 1x for John. We could do this.
Liberty on an artificial island like this, and we get very little explanations on how people in this early time period are making land. Actually, we get pretty much zero explanation for this. I always talk about how hard it is to build a road on land, on dirt or mud. So much gravel and materials brought in on heavy trucks. And this, in my opinion, is impossible. I mean, think about how many trucks of material, dump trucks, you're gonna need to make an island like this. Millions? Maybe 100 years? Years ago, I looked at this mystery a lot more. I found myself up on the northern coast of Alaska, sometimes in Russia, sometimes in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the Pacific. Artificial, square, and sometimes star-shaped land. And this is a smoking... I mean, they don't even want us to think about the buildings. Certainly there's no explanation for this land. So let's look at this land. Here she is. Again, the difficulty of building a road. What can we say about this? Even today. And this isn't just like Dubai. I know some people might say, oh, they do things like this. They have big boats that dump sand and make palm tree islands. And that's fine, but those are made out of sand. Those will wash away in the next cataclysm. Whereas all of this has survived. And it's not made of sand. It's made of giant blocks, old concrete, steel, and wood. Everything has been erased on this one. Now they've turned it into utilities. Sometimes mining, sometimes just abandoned, scraped clean, and abandoned. So here we have some kind of monument on this side, of course, a park, and we see massive repurposement with this whole area. We'll get into that in a minute. I just want to give you an overview. So here it looks like they've left this old structure, made it into a parking lot, removed what was on top, and these are actually giant buildings that have been turned into a water purification plant. Over here, we have this beautiful old world structure. We'll get into this history. And if you notice on my new app, if you toggle only star forts up in the top left corner of the menu, you'll notice that it lumps all historical forts into this category. Some star-shaped, but some artificial coastlines or built structures now in ruins. And I've looked at the history already, a little. We'll get into it now. But this was an old fort before all of this. So the Navy Pier encompasses 50 acres of shops, restaurants, theaters, family attractions, parks, gardens, exhibition facilities, and is one of the top destinations in the Midwestern United States, drawing over 9 million visitors per year. So we essentially have a modern fair going on here. It's safe to say, family attractions, parks, theaters, and 9 million tourists annually. A modern fair, permanent. What was it before? History. Navy Pier opened to the public in 1916, originally known as the Municipal Pier. It was built by this man, Charles Frost, with a design based on the 1909 Plan of Chicago by Daniel Burnham. This man was responsible, we are told, for hundreds of architectural wonders, including many at the World's Fair. Its original purpose, okay, getting back to the point, was to dock freighters, passenger ships, outdoor recreation, here we go, just couldn't think of what else to do with it, and expositions and pageants were also held there. Stupid. In 1918, the pier was used as a jail, of course, for draft dodgers. This is really funny. And in 1927, the pier was renamed to Navy Pier to honor naval veterans who served. So there we go. In 1918, they're putting people that don't volunteer to die in here as a jail. And in 1927, they turned it into a memorial to celebrate those that did serve and died, of course. Still unsure of what to do with this. In 1941, pier becomes a training center. The pier had a theater, a gym, the same things we have today, barbershop, soda fountains, kitchen, and hospital. In 1946, the Navy was winding down from its mission, so the University of Illinois took over, held classes here. There we go, just handing it over to the university, another institution of control. But eventually a maximum capacity was exceeded, and the school outgrew the pier, and they created the University of Illinois. After the university left, pier became underutilized. Okay, let's just stop here. Did you notice something? No talk of the artificial landmass. Both of them. Even this one that's in ruins. Looks like an old flooded portion. A little tower on the end here. But again, not a peep. Just surprise. Here it is. Designed by World's Fair people. Great. This man. What kind of bow tie is this? Sir, why couldn't you have a nicer bow tie?
Yeah, dude.
You designed over 200 buildings. I like this crusty bow.
Look at this fucking slovenly human, dude. Look at this fucking bum, bro.
Tie. But sir, 200 buildings. The Chicago World's Fair.
John must wear glasses on the tip of his nose. I know. I'm picturing that too. John's one of these.
They say you died at age 41. This man is a joke. And finally, after shuffling this pier around, as late as 2006, they released a proposal for a major renovation of the pier, which included a Ferris wheel, a roller coaster, a floating hotel, and a water park. I mean, are we repeating the themes over and over again? I mean, this is what they did at the World's Fairs. And here we go. This was originally, we were told, military base. We really don't know what to do with it for 100 years. And then they decide to turn it into an amusement park, when really we're told they were doing the same thing in 1916. Indoor and outdoor recreation, events like expositions and pageants. Of course, also a jail and a university. And you could see how this is a perfect mental roller coaster. I mean, nothing making any sense, just a lot of words saying stupid things. And back to my main point, no talk about the artificial island. Any of them, really. All of this. It's not just this island, it's everything around it. Here, this lighthouse. Mega blockage in complete disrepair. Again, like I started off this video with, this is not sand. These are giant Egyptian pyramid style blocks, and all the artificial islands are made of this same blockage. This is a telltale sign of the old world. So let's take a pause and look at something else.
Pizza!
Next, we're going to look at Teaneck High School. This was recently shared with me in a comment after making my video on abandoned Atlantic City. Hey. So this high school is also in New Jersey, Bergen County. And I'd like to focus on this high school because a high school should have a simple story. Everything about it should be known. When it was built, how it was built, the amount of time. It's just a high school, right? Teaneck High School. No known as the Castle on the Hill is a public high school. Last year, it had a little over 1,000 students. Last year. The school was renovated in 2003. Doesn't look like anything has been renovated. Maybe the inside. And history. The school was opened in the current building, which resembles a Tudor palace. This is the history. And there we go. A whole lot of nothing. Talking about sports. I hate sports. I mean these kind of sports. More sports. Oh, and here we have a picture of the construction stuffed way down here. The PWA, Move Bricks for Construction of Teaneck High School. This is stupid. There we go. No explanation except a picture. That's it. One picture of men in suits moving brick. That's really funny. Just stuff down here. And here the history. Here it is. I mean, one sentence. The school was opened in 1928. And already they jumped to a new wing. A new wing was added in 1936. So just a complete slap in the face. Here we go. Just an absolute outrage. How many students were there in 1928 to justify building a castle? We're told they only have 1,000 today. 1928? Now I want to just show you that this is an absolute lie, because this school 100% resembles another school in Utah. Here we go. This school is called Westminster University. And here you can see it's the same castle style. Shockingly similar. Let's go back to Teaneck here. Teaneck, Westminster in Utah. Teaneck, Westminster. And let's see if Westminster has a better story. Westminster was founded in 1875. It offered its first college classes in 1897. And no history on the building at all, or the construction. It also was a high school, and they ceased offering high school classes in 1945, and it's located on 27 acres. There we go. Equally producing very little history, and I think that Capitol buildings are usually a Greco-Roman style.
Your uncle graduated from Westminster? Oh, hell yeah.
And high schools and universities were designated as such and were previously castles. Here, the early Mormons building almost the exact same cookie-cutter building as a high school in New Jersey in the same time period. This is not just ordinary brick either. This is exceptional. I hope that's obvious. This intricate pattern is seldom seen today. So let's look at one more little thing. Okay, next part. We're gonna look at a park for this final segment.
What the
Here we
fuck
go.
is that?
This is San Diego, California. We'll zoom out to give you a little look. Looking very circuit board-like. Again, we see an abundance of artificial coastline, but not the focus here at this moment. I want to check out this park. I went to this park once. I went to this portion of the park, the San Diego Zoo, and I think this is an interesting story. A story of...
What are they gonna say? Edward James Olmsted or whatever the fuck his name is made that? Or do I always mix up? It's Edward James Olmos from Battlestar Galactica. What is Olmsted's name? He's a fucking idiot.
Purposement, but also celebrating a lot of buildings that remain. Balboa Park consists of 1,200 acres, placed in reserve in 1835. The park site is one of the oldest in the United States, dedicated to public recreational use. Oh, that's great. The oldest park in America. Have you ever heard of it? Probably not, unless you're in this community. Of course, I've talked about it in the past, but most people have never heard of anything Balboa except Rocky, the boxer. I've discussed how they take the names of things we should know and turn them into movies, ensuring that if you did a search for Balboa, you're gonna get flooded with movie results. And a man named Sylvester, perhaps the last man ever named Sylvester. So one of the oldest parks, similar to how we started off the video, the park hosted various museums, theaters, restaurants, and a zoo. Zoo. Balboa Park hosted the Panama California Expo and the California Pacific International Expo. So if you don't know, another name for a World's Fair. So here we go. The oldest park in the nation. I mean, it's already a park. Very little explanations given. Very little shits given about what we might think to these historical narratives. Today it's a National Historic Landmark. So we have all these museums, so many museums, tons of gardens, stadiums, golf courses, gymnasiums, as I mentioned, a zoo, bowling, just a hodgepodge of designations. Here's one building, for example. Here is just one building, the Casa de Balboa. So the Balboa House, when you strip away the foreign intrigue. Look at this thing, just some museum. How about this one? The California Bell Tower and Museum. Again, a museum. I mean, these things. Come on. The beginning? No real purpose? So here what we're seeing is essentially...
I've always heard that San Diego's fucking lame. It kind of looks beautiful like any other place.
a preserved World's Fair.
Let's go Weeks! Trying to hear if I hear kitten screams. You better leave your sisters alone. Stream's almost over and I will beat you. I'm going to beat a son tonight. He's mad because I picked him up.
That's all. I think the controllers may have lost control at some point. In my last video, we discussed the demolition of buildings and how citizens would often rally to save them. And that's what I mean when I say losing control. And no doubt we have more power than we think, especially when we come together and peacefully voice our opinions. So here we go, just a little taste of this park already. They're telling us these buildings are museums and theaters and such. But here's what I was looking for. History. Prior to the establishment of the park, the area was home to the Kumeyaay. Kumeyaay, a native tribe. Its existence survived the 1852 effort to remove the Kumeyaay. The village was kept active under Jose
Getting cat shock collar, hell yeah.
Polton, who transformed the village. So now
Yeah, they definitely have cat shock collars because I've got one on all three of my cats.
we're calling it a village, into an urban Native American neighborhood. So forget about the teepees. These people lived here. The neighborhood lasted into the 1890s until they finally kicked the remaining natives out of the park. So that's it. We had natives living here 1852 to 1890. So we have a history of a people here. Now, I don't think that native people build like this. No. But I do think a people will occupy whatever they can, and we're seeing that today. We see it in less established nations where there's no system of ownership yet, but there are existing cities.
Yeah, a cat would not accept that. Also, my cats wouldn't even accept a collar. They're all collarless queens, including Squeaks.
And people just take over. I showed an example of this in Eritrea, an African nation, recently. So anyway, we have these native people living here, and then they get kicked out. In 1835, authorities set aside 1,400 acres of Pueblo land in San Diego to be used for the public's recreation.
Like, fuck off, dude. All these cities decided to do this out of the goodness of their fucking hearts. Come on. All these gold rush queens.
Purposes. This land included present-day Balboa Park, again making it one of the oldest places for public recreation. In 1845, a survey was done to map the 47,000 acres. So this is pretty stupid. It's not even America yet. It still belongs to the Mexican government. And essentially Spain. 3 years later, the Mexican government was forced by the Mexican-American War to forfeit California to the United States. In 1868, the city's board of trustees was asked to create a public park. I'm sorry, too soon. Here we can see San Diego officially became part of the U.S. in 1848. California was granted statehood in 1850. So it's not even a state until 1850. And here, 20 years later, there's a board of trustees.
When was the Civil War? Like 65?
Not even 20. And at least the World's Fair of Chicago were told they built as a fair, and later these things would become museums, amusements, and tourism. And here we have these natives living here in a city and kicked out, and suddenly, boom, 1850, California becomes a state. The natives are kicked out, and we have all these buildings perfectly preserved. This one is the Casa del Prado Theater. Here we go, a theater like this from day one. Here's a look in 1915, super castle-y, really having all the elements of architecture encompassed on these grounds. And here's that same site today. So what do you think? As always, I don't know.
Dude, Mushka won't sit next to me because of one of the times that I ate like 10 clementines. She came up to my pile of clementine rinds. She sniffed it. She ran away. She hasn't come back since. She's acting like I fucking maced her or something. Like, dude, citrus smells not a bitch. I just thought it'd be funny to overkill call Mushka a bitch for no reason. Mushka! She ignores me now. It also might be because the window's closed, and I think she just loved me for the window being open so she could sit with the birds. But, dude, she smelled that pile of clementine rinds. It was like a pyramid. It was like this big. She, haven't seen her since.
How could I? But what is certain is I don't accept what we are told. So for this week, that's all I have to say. I thank you all for joining me. God bless. I love you all, and I'll see you next week.
Alright, boys. We're going to end it on the softer-ish side of a 10 p.m. landing. But I'm glad that we do this shit. It fucking rocks. We have a cool ass group here. Everybody's dope. I'm thankful for you guys. I'm thankful for the journey. But yeah, thankful for Paul, dude. Damn, I just joined. Sorry, Teehee. We're going to be back on Monday. I know. I'm sorry. We're going to take a little break. Enjoy the fam. Recharge. That's what we're going to be doing. Recharging. Reinvigorating. I will be texting Paul. Paul, fair warning. Don't even turn off read messages either. You haven't, so I'm assuming you don't know how. Or honestly, you want me to see. Three. Did you hear that? Yeah, it's a soft 10:30. I miss you guys already. Yeah, it's gonna be great, guys. It's gonna be like a nice little reunion. And don't worry, we're all gonna be so fucking present. We're gonna have a good freaking little mini break. And then, yeah, it's gonna be sick. Or we're gonna lose all momentum and the stream's gonna crash like that time I got banned from Twitch for 2 weeks, and then everybody that used to hang out on Twitch disappeared, but they weirdly showed up on the YouTube side. But no, I'm just kidding, that'll never happen. Paul wishes he could break us up. Paul, don't 9/11 Thanksgiving. Oh, and yeah, since everyone knows that I'm traveling, obviously if anything happens to my plane, which it won't happen, it was Paul. So, Paul, don't fuck with me. Don't mess with me, bitch. And I know you can't. Gaia would whisper in my ear first. She'd be like, the lizards are up to no good. I would know. So, just saying. But yeah, dudes, have a good little mini break. They'll never stop us. You ready to breathe? Breathe in. And out. In. And out. Truly so happy you're getting to be a real person living your life free of stream. It will be good to only be a human boy. Yeah, I'm excited for that too. And I got some nieces and nephews to meet. It's gonna be baby filled. It's gonna be fun, dude. I'm excited to cook for my family. I'm excited to run that race. I'm excited to recharge. I'm excited to goof on my dad. Me and my brother are gonna gang up on my dad so fucking hard, dude. Oh, he's fucked. That softy. My sisters don't know what it was like growing up with my dad when me and my brother were growing up. So, they're gonna see some brutality this weekend. It's over for my dad. Me and my brother are coming in hot. We're gonna teach his boys. We're gonna teach his kids and my sister's kid how to treat Pop Pop, because he wasn't a sweet little old man like he pretends he is now. I never heard a yes out of that man's voice growing up. And these kids, they all think he's soft. Oh, Pop Pop, he's sweet. No, Pop Pop's got another thing coming. But yeah, I'm stoked to see them. I talked to Grandma today. She said she's gonna drive her fucking car through the garage one more time just because she's so excited to see me. She said, dude, our phone call kept getting fucked up and her audio stopped going through. And she kept calling back. She had to call me back like 5 times before the phone started working. And she goes, I don't know what the hell's going on. It must be the CIA. That's who you're always talking about. I don't know what they want to listen to with me, but... It's like, that's it. Nothing, Grandma. They just want to intimidate us. But don't worry. Just say hi to them. Just say hi, Paul. She said hi, Paul. So anyway. It's going to be fun. I'm going to eat so much Culver's. The fucked up thing is that the night before... The night I get in, dude, I want to smash Culver's or Luigi's hard. But that's the morning of the race. And I probably don't want to eat a fucking Culver's or Wisconsin pizza the night before. But then the next day's then the day of the race is Thanksgiving. Then it's like, okay, Friday? I'm waiting until Friday for Culver's? I don't know. Maybe it's lunch. Maybe it's a late lunch. Anyway. Here we go, boys. You still breathing? Great. Close your eyes. Breathe in slow and deep through the nose and feel the ground beneath you. Not just the floor, but the soil, the memory, the hum of something older than history. Let your breath sink like water down into the roots of your body. Let your spine become the trunk of a great ancient tree, not reaching up toward false heavens, but down into Gaia's memory, into the mycelium network of wisdom. Breathe again. Let this breath be a thank you, not to the myth of pilgrims and conquest, but to the earth that still feeds us, to the ancestors whose stories weren't written by victors, to the quiet voices that speak through dirt, through dreams, through intuition. Feel how the ground doesn't ask anything of you. It holds you, always. It remembers even when you forget. It never asks you to rise, it asks you to root. This week, while the world plays pretend and gathers under banners of gratitude built on blood, you remember something deeper. That family, found or forged, is real magic. That presence is sacred. That stillness is revolutionary. Let this be your Thanksgiving. Thank the breath. Thank the dirt. Thank the worm that turns the soil and the fungus that sings in the dark. Thank the body that never needed to ascend to be divine. You are here. You are grounded. You are the memory. See you next stream, woven tighter than ever, rooted, grateful, uncucked. Bro, Thoth be goofing hard. Alright, dudes. Let's frickin' hit it. Oh. Oh. Good night, Paul. We'll frickin' see you next week on Monday. Have a great Thanksgiving, boys. Let's go. Ooh, dudes. I'll see you soon. Paul, we love you so. I can't believe I'm gonna text you and you're gonna do a no-show. Please, Paul, keep your red messages on for me so I know that you see what I say to you, cause I love you so dang much. We love you, Paul. Oh, a frickin' bunch. All the nitwitches say happy Thanksgiving to you and your shitty ancestors, Paul. Paul, we love you so much no matter where you came from, you lizard fuck. Goodbye, Paul, buddies. Oh, P.T. Barnum was for sure a Mason, right? Just looking at the guy. Dude, everybody's a Mason. Goodbye, Nancy's. And I'll see the nitwitches very soon. We're gonna have so much to talk about when we get back next week on Monday, boys. I'll see you and I'll be thinking of you too. I am thankful for you guys probably the most. For sure, dude. This is the best. I love what we're building here. We are a problem for Paul, and that is where I wanna be with you guys. He said, reflecting on the last 2 years is fucking nuts. And I said, we gotta fuck with the mirror more. It is the best. Look at Paul's booty. Hey, look at mine. Oh, don't you listen to me, little Paulie. Look at Paul's look at his fucking jean shorts, dude. What a dork. Look at his dirty ass knees. See my hopes and dreams are lying on the ground. I see the sky. Paul is my best friend. He say all things Paul. into the pole, and I said, we'll miss you, bud. We're gonna say you're wrong. I must disagree, maybe I'll have some more time to submit FOIAs. Oh, won't you listen to me, John Peltier? Don't think we forgot about your goofy ass dude. He did the Las Vegas shoot. Well, he covered it up, you know. Remember when Trump got his ear shooted off, but now it's healed and nothing's wrong with it. That's okay because we like to suspend our disbelief for this shit. But then when I'm like, you guys are made out of mushrooms, everybody's like, hey, where's the evidence? Oh my god, that doesn't make sense. We don't frick with Paul. Good night, Paul, buddy. We don't frick with Peter Thiel ever. We made it to the marimba. Hey, Paul, just come and be with us. You can come on stream and we will be so happy and frickin' accepting of you. You little lizard boy. We don't frick with Paul. Just kidding, we do. We do a lot. I'm pretty sure Barack Hussein Obama's baby pictures are fake, boys. We don't frick with you, Barack Hussein Obama. He went to summer camp with Jeffrey Epstein. Good night, nitwitches. We'll see you soon, boys. Good night, buddies. Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. He was taken out and hidden in Israel or New Zealand. Barack Obama sent in his super secret crack task force to take him, his little buddy, out of the jail. And he brought him to Israel. Woohoo, boys. He gets to be a pedo to this day. It's okay. There you want everyone to be like, hey, it's fine to be weird. Happy Thanksgiving Turkey Day, boys. Yo. Alright, guys. Have the best frickin' week ever. I'll see you on Monday, okay? We're gonna come back ripping and roaring, okay? Alright, love you, not in a weird way. What we've becomes. Go be a problem this Thanksgiving. Don't let any of your family forget that Donald Trump blew Bill Clinton, guys. This is gonna be the best ever. Donald Trump sucked on Bill Clinton's penis, and at the very least, he blew a horse. Oh, it's gonna be so fun, guys. All right, love you. It's okay to okay, fine. Love you in a weird way, but not a gay way.